Okay, recording now.
Alright. So, a little bit of backstory. I don't need to introduce your practice, as you all play as yourselves. You know each other. And you've been traveling together. You head over to a convention.
We're going to see us.
See help in back.
Comic-Con.
Yes, Comic-Con.
Well, rather than taking your flight plan and travel all the way to California, your business entrepreneur core decided that it would be much more cheaper to land on Texas and then travel. We barely have time for each other. Let's go on Bondi road trip.
Yeah, I get to do
It
it.
helps to save up the money. Because for you, Eric, the trip alone is already expensive already, and you have already spent quite a lot for yourself. Because during our travel, you managed to get called to stop halfway on the trip to buy yourself a gun license and a firearm as well.
First time I arrived in Texas, I need a gun.
Texas.
Show me how you get
Welcome to Texas.
The souvenirs are real.
And the Texan people don't really question you as long as you don't actually have
Law-abiding.
any dubious criminal background. But then again, by right, they wouldn't be selling a gun to a foreigner.
Let's assume we all moved to Americans.
No, but you have Daniel to manage to coax the guy to do some leeway, and with Cole's help to help you to smoothen the deal, to get you a little bit of discount so you can finally own a firearm. How are you going to smuggle that firearm out from America into the security checkpoint and into the plane? You have no idea, but you're just going to have to make do with what you have. You have your own firearm.
Yeah, American. In Rome, do as Rome said.
Yes. Buy the gun. We American now.
Yeah. Boom. Ego.
So, with Paul driving a rented vehicle,
Are we there?
Access to California.
I'll be sleeping in the
it's going to be a
car.
long drive.
Hey,
It is going to be a long drive.
I'll be sleeping in the car. Are we there yet?
It's a very,
Who won the right?
very long drive, considering that from Texas to California it's going to take weeks.
Right.
But, Paul wanted to have a cheaper travel.
Yeah.
A lot of sightseeing too.
So tired.
Let's see what's on the radio.
Yes, Texas. We can go to the world's largest yarn ball.
Ranger with a big arrow on his heel.
A stick. Yes.
I have a big arrow.
And the car eating dinosaur truck.
As you're driving along the road, and you have been driving along this lonely interstate, and it's been several hours since you last passed the town called Richland Springs. That's Sunday, on April 2nd, and it's on the late noon, close to evening, and you've been driving on a rental on your way to head over to California, so it's going to be many weeks before we reach there. But it is in America, and you're doing your sightseeing here. You pass along a lot of booty towns and come across a lot of
Tourist trap.
a lot of tourist trap. Yes,
That's a souvenirs.
you bought a lot of interesting souvenirs from Texan decorated plates, ceramic plates,
I got cowboy hat.
knives.
The cowboy hats, man.
Even Paul went along and bought a bacon along the way.
Bowie knife. American Bowie knife.
You bought some local Texas snacks along.
Yeah, no,
Like jerkies.
Buffalo flavor. Buffalo flavor.
Fried. buffalo balls, local delicacy of the Texas.
Damn.
I didn't know.
Buffalo balls.
And it's afternoon on a big dreary day, and ominous blanket of a low gray clouds hang over the landscape. The recent rain has left everything damp, giving the scenery an air of decay. It seems there's no end to the parade of empty fields and derelict farmhouses flanking this stretch of road. Farm country has seen better days, although many farms are still active, and most of the towns are not outright abandoned. And prosperity has clearly left this region behind. It's a sad sight to see. The worst part is, as you have traveled for so long, you haven't seen any sign of towns or any pit stop of gas stations. The last one already passed several hours ago, and that's a long while back.
PD for the night.
But the scenery is nice, and the skies are cloudy, and the car itself is smell of junk food.
Now we open the window again.
Very sweaty man.
Sweaty men, yes.
Same
You've been
country.
traveling for quite some time.
Texas is hot.
Should we sing country
It's
road?
hot, that's right. It's really hot.
Sing the country
And
road.
Mark himself has been singing Country Road for about at least half an hour to an hour. Roll for perform check.
Yeah!
And then later I'm going to interrupt with the I Big Iron song.
In 12.
Total 12. Fair. You sang a decent tune, but none of everyone else is keen to listen Country Road for at least a half an hour to an hour non-stop.
And then interrupt you with Big Iron song.
Alright, bro, enough already. Okay, understand.
You haven't had your bath yet, and your ass is kind of sore sitting in that car for a long time. The car itself smells of stale cheese nachos.
What time is it right now? Checking your time.
It's basically close to an evening, and it's nearly dark at this point.
Where's the motel?
How long more I call?
I'm not there. Who's holding the map?
Check PDA for me.
As you're checking on your PDA, your smartphone actually rang.
What?
Suddenly your PDA rang, and when you check on your phone, your phone simply lists the source of the call as an unknown caller.
Hello? Who is this?
So popular, this guy. Yo, sexy moaning sounds. Yeah.
What's
Whistle and then shout like cowboy.
you yell and laugh.
Everyone is either laughing or screaming or making huge sounds. You have to roll a listen check because the sounds are rather annoying.
Listen.
Can I? Sure. Wow. Favor with listen check. Can I get the message? Campaign over.
17.
17.
Did I get the hook?
Mr. Yeah. We survive.
Mission avoided.
Yes. Survive. They call it real. Oh snap. Did not do it. Oh. Start reading also.
So, give me a moment.
Oh, my phone's recording.
Your phone. My phone charge. I'm just thinking of normal Malaysian accent. More legit. So, like that law in Malaysia now. Malaysia. Sing power. Like
That's gonna get old real fast.
And speak normally then.
language.
Yeah, just normally can't tell you. So, you try. What's the total of your listen check?
17.
Okay. With -5,
Those
you
count them.
you shut your ears, your other ear on one side with your whole finger, and press your face to the window as far as possible. Try to avoid the screaming sound from call, the lead sounds from Brad, and the laughter from them. You answer your phone. The sound is masked by static, but you can still catch the tentative quality of the woman's voice. Quite barely, as the woman's voice says, "Hello? Hello?"
I hear you. Who is this?
She says, but more static is in the speaker until she speaks again. Oh God, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're breaking up. What's going on?
She sounded as she's close to tears. You hear more static, but you manage to catch her words grip in panic as she stutters her repeated words. She kept on crying out, oh God, please help me, anyone. And she continues to repeat her words, utterly breaking down in tears.
How do we help you? I don't think. How do you get this number? Hello?
You try to call out, but it seems the woman is more distracted by whatever is causing this woman an extreme amount of fear. You hear on the other line as she tries to regain her composure, but then takes a heavy, deep breath before she speaks. I'm Marilyn, and my daughter Ellie is with me. Then you hear in the background a scared, crying child, while the woman named Marilyn tries to soothe the child. Shh, it's okay. He's here. Marilyn's voice returns to you, and she kept repeating the words, please, you gotta help us. We're trapped in here. It's hard to breathe.
Then where are you then? No.
There's a slight pause, then she speaks. I don't know. The rest of you decided not to make this sounds of
Sound series.
Well, you have to make another listen check.
That would be 18.
Okay, -5, you can still hear with the constant sounds of
That's why it's Shiba.
There's a slight pause as she speaks in the phone. I don't know where we are. I think we're in a small dark room. There's not a lot of space. Then you can hear the background sounds of the palms hitting what seems to be like she's hitting some sort of a wooden board. It feels like it's just a few feet wide and 5 feet long. Then continue with the sounds that sound like shuffling sounds. There's shelves and the scene slopes down to one end. Then you hear the sound of the door knocking jiggle. The door's locked. We couldn't get out.
Wait. What's your exact location? Like, what's the state you're in, or you can call the cop or something for you?
There's another slight pause as she speaks. I don't remember when or how we got here. Last thing I remember was arriving into a small town. Saw a sign that says black something. Then another slight pause before she continues. I remember passing along low brick building and an old gas station with all its windows smashed out. I think there were several other people too, but I couldn't remember who they were, what happened to them. She continues, but there's more static in the speaker.
Hello? They're breaking out there?
I tried calling 911 dozens of times, but the signal was so bad that they couldn't understand me. Then I gave up and started dialing numbers at random. Your number was the only one that I managed to get through after several hours of attempt. Then there's a short pause. Then her voice in the background when she says, "Oh no," before returning back to speak to you. "Please, you gotta help us. The battery's left with 1 bar."
Okay, then console battery. Meanwhile, my phone has 10K battery. God damn it, why you guys use such a cautious?
So, at this point, as you're told to conserve her battery, the next thing you hear is the beeping sound at the call end. That's me.
So was it your mom or your girlfriend?
No, not really. I don't know, someone's calling for help.
Give more tabo.
I don't understand what they
Please, it's getting old real fast.
You got blondie chick?
No?
You met a girl back in town?
No. Fuck man, you guys.
Damn.
You know I don't have girlfriend or anything.
Who
And
knows? We never-
I look,
never
and then I look,
man.
and then I try to use the PD to search up for the any tile that start with the black in the closest area.
Roll for a wisdom check.
It's on top of the wall.
Unless you have computer use.
I don't have to do.
I
So
don't
it's
know.
21.
21.
Oh, that's good enough.
Takes you about a minute to find something that. The last thing you recall from the woman said that
Gas station.
she's in a town called Black something. So it took you a minute to find, but eventually you found a place that's closest to where you are. It's about several miles away called Black Rock.
Is it a head?
Yeah, just ahead.
Oh. Black Hawk building. Ah,
Black Rock.
Black Rock building. Black Rock town.
What we doing like that now?
I mean,
What
we
day,
we also need to stop for a rest because we're late. And Call is driving for whole day. I'm definitely sure he need a rest.
And everyone stinks.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I think it's loud.
Now look at the map, how long we're gonna reach there?
Nice. How many miles we say? The
About several miles away.
silver mile? I think we are.
Less than half an hour, I guess.
Yeah.
Can I
You also notice that the car is also running low on gas as well because you've been driving for a long time.
Can I check like Wikipedia about this Black Rock town or something in Wikipedia?
Black Rock.
Google it. Like Google about like, hey, we're gonna
Yes,
town.
distraction! Everyone Google Black Rock!
Wait, you can Google. The driving.
There's a girl on the road!
Fucking Silent Hill.
Oh shit, she's dead, right?
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go, go, get out.
No morality here.
Yes, bunch of Malaysians.
No, run there.
屌咯，撞死
If you have computer use,
Yeah, I
roll for it.
It's not my computer use.
Yeah, because I use computer.
Oh, because your okay.
Creative. Yeah. Net 20 plus 23. So well, I'm with occupation also. I use computer almost every day.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of information about Black Rock. It's not like a very big town. However, there's some interesting story or incident that happened. About 40 years ago, Black Rock was home to about 300 people. And during that time, it was a time that's really bit hard to go by. And then about slowly months has passed on. The town slowly lost. They didn't really explain why, but there was speculation of maybe because of the depression. The economy wasn't doing well, and people started to leave, and Black Rock started to become a dying town.
That sounds quite depressing like where we're going.
Yep. Apparently the town is not as great as it was.
Any good food around there at least? Like,
Not a lot of information because this.
Yeah, you can check is there any gas station, we're running out of gas.
Can I use computer game to check for any gas station and Black Rock?
Yes, Google Map.
wait,
Welcome to technology.
This shit better be not the USI bastards.
Oh god, what a movie!
no.
I want some mutant inbreeds.
Is there like gas station on the way to Black Rock or after
No
Black Rock?
culture.
Unfortunately, the Google Map didn't
I give
cover
up.
that.
Everyone have pop culture.
Yes.
Hey guys, Google Map didn't cover Black Rock.
Huh?
Huh?
我咪能招嚟。
I say
When's the next closest town with a metro
Why-
station?
The next closest town will be on Black Rock. It's about several miles.
After Black Rock? Is there any more?
We are long journey.
It means we either have to be there lah.
I think we have to stop maybe.
you know,
打嚟埋差點啊！
I know.
must go Black Rock lor, find oil lor.
Please, no more. There's nothing nobody to take you all seriously.
We'll play
Eric one, Eric is the only one that speaks normally. You fucking
That's why I speak normally.
Guys, oh no!
I'm also face palming, goddamn.
It's safe for you with accent.
It's hard to take you guys seriously
Okay,
when you
okay.
speak like this.
Yeah,
My mistake to tell you guys that you should play yourselves.
I think we have no choice but to stop.
Because you have to recall, you have to remember, Google Map, sometimes they don't actually cover all places.
True. Well, apparently, Google Map didn't cover Bangkok town, so
No choice.
Or
You
even-
have to come
or
patrol.
even
You have to know
one
that.
we have to investigate. We have
Or
to look
already
for-
updated information as well.
Yes.
We need to get fuel over there.
I have a bad feeling about the place, but whatever lah.
There's so much movie you watch, I tell you, at least
Hey, don't curse it lah. Just drive the car, don't curse it lah.
Come on, man.
I mean, good thing I prepared it.
You bought the gun,
You
man.
see some girl offer herself to you, no they're gonna put you in a circle and cut the stomach.
Oh no!
Please don't do this.
Well, guys,
Don't do this.
just remember, we trust nobody and we trust ourselves here. And you guys.
Trust America. Trust no one.
Okay. We need like a certain.
The closest town that you know will be on that road, so you continue to drive on the slowly stretch of interstate and make your way over there. Hopefully there's a gas station, but since it's a town, then there should be a gas station, hopefully.
Circle around the main road, and once you reach the town, look for petrol station. You should be on the main road.
Or maybe some abandoned car maybe they have used.
We're not that desperate yet.
Yeah.
Crazy crapper.
Crazy.
I mean,
Dude, why
That's legal, isn't it? We're
Dude,
gonna
we
get
rent this car, man. We need to pay it back.
we're gonna get caught by the law later. Cannot go back to Malaysia.
As
I'm
you
not gonna bail you out, man.
score, you drive along the road heading towards to what seemed to be called Black Rock. The empty farmland stretches for miles, broken only by the occasional hill and bracken-lined riverbed. You're pretty sure that there's no sign of gas stations anywhere.
No sign of life or so.
No signs of life. Well, the birds that passes by. Occasionally, Cole, you almost swerve to an oncoming, a passing deer
Whoa,
that crosses
whoa.
across the road.
Slow.
Farmhouses,
Fucking deer.
there are farmhouses, but most of them are surrounded by dated outbuildings and the rusty skeletons of old machinery. It's like the place is pretty much abandoned along the countryside. But the fields are empty or overgrown, not taken care of, and many of the houses are boarded up. There are a few other vehicles on the narrow, empty country roads that pass by, trucks, really old vehicles. Occasionally, you do see some current vehicles as well. But this place is just simply just this is worse than the movies.
Fuck, I need to rewatch Jeepers Creepers, man.
This sucks. A lot of bad
Along
vibes
the
for
road,
me.
you make a right turn into this lonely country road. The skies grows darker and rain starts to drizzle lightly from the skies.
oh, fucking hell. I need to put my parka.
I didn't prepare for the rain.
I want everyone to make a spot check.
Let me bring my poncho. Shit.
Okay, I got my hour to cover.
Spot check, right?
Ooh.
9 plus 3. She went to my telescope. They know. Superman friend. Oh shit, I have to be.
Net 20.
Oh,
Total
it's my
31.
time.
Wow.
Cool.
What's Eric?
16.
19, 23.
Everyone.
Everyone just smoking for a fucking scarecrow.
You drove for about 15 minutes. Not a single sign of oncoming vehicles until your car's headlight managed to catch your eye. And you notice there's a sign to the left side of the road that reads Black Rock. So you must be
Oh, shit.
getting really close.
I think this is the town that we got stuck in or something like that.
As you
Yeah.
turn and
Okay.
drove until your headlight reveals another sign that says Black Rock. elevation 648, population of 282. So decent size of a town. At least that's what it seems to say, because the dense coating of rust has obscured some of the letters. Ahead, a cluster of buildings, and beneath this tree sits brooding and lifeless. Just outside of the town, the long brick building sprawls next to an empty soccer field. Further ahead is an old gas station. Displayed glass windows covered in plywood. This is background. But this is just the edge of the town. So I'm not too sure what's further ahead.
Nice. On.
This looks really deep, guys. This looks
Can you
scary, man.
keep going, or do you want to stop at the?
Right at this point, it's barely. You can see the meter of your fuel tank. It's just flashing, and it's just what
Touching the top of the E.
Call you assume the car is running on fumes at this point, but it can still continue to push on. Do you continue to
We
drive?
can reach the town. After that, we're fucked.
So you're
Yeah,
driving.
continue
Okay.
Then say for.
Yeah, I don't want to push the car. Let's just get this over
It's
with.
gonna rain, man. I wanna sleep in the car.
Yeah, not in the middle of nowhere.
Keep looking outside.
You roll for sport check.
I'm just searching.
Let's keep my eye on the road.
19.
Okay. So as the car moves along, passing the old gas station, and the gas station itself, you already passed the first long building that's towards to your left. The one long building that's accompanied with a field, like a soccer field, but it's overgrown with grass. But I'm not too sure if it's what sort of building it is. Then a little bit ahead to your right is the old gas station that you already just went on to. You pass this too, and you continue onwards, driving along, and you see three more buildings, two buildings to your right and one more building to your left. Seems like residential buildings. But you go deeper into this road itself. There's not a lot of trees, this is Texas, not a lot of trees. There's trees here and there sprawl over, but they don't really clump up together, not like a huge dense tree.
Maybe a shakti here and there.
Not to that point. It's Texas, not California.
Or Arizona.
Yeah, or Arizona. So as you continue to drive, to your left, the building is some commercial building.
Shop lots.
You can see some shop lots. Quite dark. You can't really read the signs because your headlights is in the front.
And check the car clock. What time is it?
Right about now, it's about near. You're driving about 50 minutes just now, so it's close to 8 p.m. right now.
Wow. 8 p.m. Shit, I remember American, they close them earlier.
Not really. No, not all shops are. They will close.
Oh, do you reckon to see restaurants
Close
at
at
10, 11?
There's some diner.
Diner lah.
Diner.
Quite hard.
General store usually close.
Oh, yeah.
Well, try to look for
I
like
think
store
it
that's-
depends on what kind of state.
I guess
some
store
states
store
actually
that's
close
bright lights or like
You
Spot for petrol station then.
you continue to drive.
I'll spot for a diner if you pass by.
Okay.
Can I spot for houses, buildings that got lights on like
You can roll for it. You're driving along the road itself, and you can see you're in the commercial district of this town itself. 19. It's really hard to tell because the buildings at least the surrounding nearby buildings are actually blocking your view. As Paul's vehicle drove into the center point of the town itself, which is the cross junction center point itself. At that point, rain started to drizzle, and you have a problem. That's this point that the car finally ran out of fuel.
Oh no.
奇怪，打咗啦先。
Aiyo, I don't want to go out eh. The rain. I don't want to go on the rain. Anyone has umbrella?
Look
I
around.
didn't bring my umbrella.
You, to your left, you see a large two-story building where the windows are all boarded up and the doors are chained up with a deadbolt and the walls are covered with graffiti. It's like it seemed to be an old commercial building that has been run down. Then you notice there's a sign above the entrance. Hard to read, but eventually you read it as it says Black Rock Bank. To your right, there's a long building. Really hard to tell. It looks like one of those American long markets building.
Oh.
Fresh long market building. Those farm markets.
Oh, okay.
Those farmers market. Those Tesco.
No, I don't trust this.
But
Lights do flicker inside though.
Okay. There's some hope there.
You know what? I don't trust this town because of the phone call, so start scrapping on my armor. I don't trust this
we're
place.
gonna stop here and
笑了，笑了
I
先。
see the border has gone back already. Eric, you go now. Eric panic also. You're making it feel like it's worse than it should be.
This place.
Well, I see lights there, so maybe you can try that shop, that building over there. I see lights.
Okay, so who wants to go?
Uh,
Not me.
I can go.
You wanna stay in the car?
well, the car is dead.
Yeah. You wanna stay in the car and wait?
Is anyone waiting with me?
Well, I can wait with you.
I just put on my backpack.
We go to bed lor, you two sit here, come lor, you crazy liao. Come lah.
Put my shading.
Check.
Check gun. Say finger. Make sure my finger is not triggered.
Since it's just the two of us, myself, I better prepare
Yeah.
in case so.
Watching Eric gear up. Pick up the baton. Stand. Goes back. Yeah.
I take out my knuckle duster. Okay, you guys be safe.
Hey, I got nothing.
I'll give you a frying pan.
Yeah. You shout if someone come to the car.
I'll shout.
Okay, alright.
I'll scream.
I'll swap seats. I'll go to driver's seat.
How far is the market?
I need to off the car then.
Oh, well, I'll start
Well,
how
this car
far
is
is
not
it?
going anywhere anyway.
Yeah. I'll stay in the driver's seat.
Let's lock the car.
Yeah, lock the car.
About 60 feet away to your right. It'll be this building. You will you'll see that there's also parked vehicles found parked on the side next to the sidewalk itself.
Let's do the car.
But a lot of these vehicles are pretty
Pretty
old
no
looking.
need lah. Just I'm gonna look at them. I'm gonna keep an eye on them.
Some of them are quite rusted.
I'm gonna look around.
Can I maybe? I think I have a flashlight. I'll open my flashlight. Maybe we should look inside the car and check if
Okay, no screens.
the fuels also run out.
Hijack us.
Just gonna lock the
You-
doors. Lock all the doors.
See, Eric, who already wore his armor,
Walk out.
decided to exit the vehicle, take out his flashlight, and head towards to the closest.
In anything, you guys please come back. Alright.
No, he's the only one who left first.
Ah.
He
Yeah,
leaves
it's
the
nearby.
vehicle
Let's check out the
and check the most nearest vehicle, which is a very old pickup truck that's quite rusted. You peer into the window and see that inside the front seats are very dusty. It's really hard to tell whether the vehicle has any fuel or not because if you don't start it up, you wouldn't even know.
So it's analog gear meter thing.
Yeah.
I moved to the building, the farmer market.
So the driver Paul leave the vehicle and head towards
I'll go on
the farmer market. Eric, you
I
also
go,
drive
yeah.
along. The two of you
I
sit.
stay in the back seat.
No, I go to the driver's seat.
Oh, you head to the driver's seat.
Yeah, I left the key in the car.
Okay.
I lock all the doors after they leave.
So as you head towards the 163, the American farmers market, this long building, and as you get closer, you are holding the flashlight. You can, as you get closer to the building itself, and you aim the flashlight upwards to see the sign. It says the sign says Fresh Lost Market. The building itself is relatively new, somewhat. And as you get close to the entrance itself, the door is closed, and the sign behind the door says this. It reads closed. The windows are barred, more like they already closed this place, probably because it's really late. And some of the lights that you can see through the window is one of those neon lights where it reads fresh vegetables highlighting. It just flickers inside about 10 feet away through the window, just keeps on flickering. And you know that this place has some electricity, or it's still going on.
Or maybe someone using a generator.
Through the window, though dark, you still have a flashlight. You can still see that the groceries are visible on the shelves inside this country market. You can see cans, you can see vegetables and fruits in what seems to be a cooler to try to keep the produce as fresh as possible. Place seems pretty well stocked.
I want to keep an eye on them at the same time in the car, if I can.
You can still see Eric's flashlight found at the Fresh Lost Market.
Okay.
I
Grab the door and see if I can push it.
You try to open, you try to twist the knob, doesn't.
It's locked.
It's locked because the place is locked.
Slap on it's a glass panel door, right?
Yeah, it's glass panel.
Slap on the glass panel.
You start to snap.
Anyone inside?
You call out,
That's it.
but there's no response. All you can hear through the window is this flickering neon light, but no response. At this point, what is the two of you doing? You are looking.
I'm like make sure like nobody like jump on us in the car, like try to look around like where else where else like really dead. How dead is this town? Like see if there's anything moving around.
For a spot check?
No street light at all.
No street lights. I mean any other light source.
You do pass over a street light a while ago, but it seems like it's not turned on. How much?
18.
18. You look around, ahead of you towards to the right, this building itself. There's a vaguely familiar looking shape. It looks like a church.
Oh. Is there anything in this
I whispered to call.
There's more commercial buildings across the street. You're not too sure what they are.
How does the church look? Does the church is just all dark and everything? Is there anything barricade on the church or stuff?
You can't really tell because it's quite a bit of distance. Because the church is built on like a small hill. Then you have to
you have to
go up. So you can't really tell. But whether or not if there's any light sources, you can't. It's just pretty dark. And the vehicle's headlight is just aiming on one direction.
Yeah, I know.
You smack on the glass panel a few more times, but you get no response. But you have managed to attract a black cat who comes over and curiously attracted by the sound that you make and comes over and purrs around. Trying to
Can't do that anymore.
And then
robot.
and then you see you also couch out. Oh, kitty.
It appears that the black cat is very. What are they doing?
What are you doing? I'm stressed, so I take a cigarette.
As you try to. Do you have hand ammo?
I have handed back. I roll 6.
Both of you try to play along, play with the cat, and the cat sees that you don't have any food with you, it just turns around and scatter off.
Bastard.
I'm stressed because I don't know what the heck they're doing. I took a cigarette and I start smoking in the car.
Now the car itself smells of stale nacho and smoke.
I roll
I
down.
go down a bit.
slightly
Damn it,
to
Dad! You
get
have to
the
smoke
to
now.
get the smoke out.
Daniel, why do you have to smoke now? Oh.
And then Coy's gonna get angry. You smoke in the car, goddammit!
That's not my car.
I mean, you're gonna smell it for the rest of your car trip.
So, what do you want to
This
do?
car is smoky enough and you're making the air more.
You want to check for side
I'm
engines?
coping with it, alright.
What? Side engines? Well, there's no one here. Yeah, I don't want to. Fuck, I don't want to break the law in another country. It's crazy. Yeah, let's try another building.
Which building you want?
We go back to the car first then. Maybe
What's across the street? These 2 blocks.
yeah.
This is the abandoned bank. There's more commercial buildings up ahead. This is a church, but you will notice through the headlight, using the headlights light source, you can see some shadowy illumination. There are more buildings up ahead. There are more, but here you can't really see since your headlight is aiming on straight ahead.
No, you come from here actually.
Yeah, you came from here.
There's a bank. The bank is closed. Oh, it's so late already.
No, it's
I said the clock bank is supposed to be closed.
no, it's boarded up.
Oh.
Like abandoned, like barricaded.
I think we go back to the car and discuss some more.
Bank is bank, bro.
Bank is red bank.
Man, this is some horror. I speak up in character. Man, this is some horror game situation we are in.
Well, welcome to Silent Who's the judge there?
Hey guys, do you have like why not?
Walk past the car.
Walk past the car.
God damn it, guys!
I mean, we
What
walk
is
past
this?
it. We walk past and then I'll
Walk
stop.
past if they why not then I'll answer lah. Well, the shop is closed, no one inside. Maybe the church.
Go to church. Well, church is scary,
You look
man.
for people, maybe
I don't know, maybe sometimes priests stay in church, I don't know.
Now look at that. Dad, you sure you want to skip staying in the car here and smoke?
I don't want to go on the rain.
It's freezing,
Throw
man.
it
It's
point.
a little
Go out, rain kills it.
Sure, I can borrow you my towel, then you can just wrap it around your head there.
I will just stay in the car lah.
Yeah.
When I realize let's go to the church.
Right.
Yeah.
Just remember to come back when anything bad happens, okay?
I feel like going with
I'm
Dad,
really-
man, leaving you alone.
Alright,
I'm
just
getting-
go,
I'm-
go.
You sure
I'm getting
you
more
don't-
paranoid and ready to
Yeah,
ready
boy.
for my gun even
Let's
more.
go.
So the two of you head up first since
Wow,
you already
that's-
told them you're going to the church. So Mark, are you going with them or you're just staying in the car with them, enduring the smoke?
I don't see me to just go. Go on, go.
You sure you'll be fine?
You have anything, I'll just run. Towards you guys. As long as I can still see you guys.
Right. You take this torchlight. If there's anything start
I
flashing.
have torchlight, I have a torchlight.
If there's anything that start flashing, alright?
If anything, I'll flash the light of the car.
Okay,
Alright.
okay. And then I'll keep watch of the car.
It'll be a while for you to catch up with them since you took the time to try to convince each other whether or not you want to go or not.
You know what? I can't see them. I have to stay here with you.
No, I'm having the first shot on, so you can see my
Oh yeah, I chase
You
up.
can still see.
Guys, wait.
Oh, now you're following us.
Yeah.
Heading towards to the church that's built on a small hill, and eventually Mark's voice came out, screaming and yelling out to you to call out to you to wait out for help.
What Daniel?
Wait at the door then.
Daniel doesn't want to come, so I have to keep
Do
watching.
you see this white-colored two-story tall church that's built on a hill? Stood in this door with its large cross displayed on the wall on the second floor. The sign outside of the church reads First Baptist Church of Black Rock. And the bottom, the description reads Potluck Saturday.
What day is today?
Today
It's for last Sunday.
is Sunday.
We support now.
If it's for luck.
Bang on the door.
Is that all?
It's a church. right?
The church door.
You bang on the door.
I still see them, right?
And
Anyone inside?
you notice by your third hammer of hammering on the door itself, the door is not properly closed as it
Bang it open.
slowly opens. It's not shut properly, and the door just opens.
I still see them, right, from where I am.
You only see the light
His torchlight.
Yeah.
Or maybe even our shape because of light.
So they are busy looking at the church. I actually
Only the flashlight that
Yeah.
is aiming
Because if you are before the door open, because of the light is reflecting back, so you can see out straight. But that's it.
through the door with Eric's flashlight, you can see that the church's floorboards are made of wood, and it goes inside, and you can see a lot of benches, those church benches. From how you can see that this references to many of the church that you will see, but there is a bit of light source in this church. At the end of the church, there's several candles that's already been lit, placed on top of what seems to be a pastor's podium, and behind the podium itself, there's a huge cross. Whoever it is probably is still around because there's some candles that's been lit, but
Push open both the door wide.
you push open the door wide and you
Yeah,
can see a much more clearer view with the doors wide open.
I'm gonna pull out my gun.
Harry immediately pull out.
I'm doing this thing.
dude,
But my finger is on the trigger.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't trust this place, so my finger, the finger of a trigger facility.
I'm a
Why do I thought I agreed to let you buy that gun anyway?
Damn it.
Oh!
Because you like Eric, and then you managed to let him convince you.
Why the fuck I let you buy that gun here? Hello!
It's better to have it. It's better to have it, not needing it, or need it than have not.
I know we're in quite low place, but what the fuck, man?
I actually like take shelter in this church rather than in the car. I don't feel like leaving Daniel alone in the car there.
Oh, okay.
I call Daniel.
The first things first, the three of you roll for listen check.
14.
Then
22.
Ah.
Not playing D&D, having decent roll. Playing D&D, go low.
The two of you, not you, but the two of you can hear this sounds of
step.
at the end of the room itself, you can hear like someone stepped on the floorboard, and you can hear this creeping sound, this slow.
Okay, I whisper to Mark.
Oh, good evening!
Okay, I'll.
The moment you call out, you can hear the footsteps immediately
jogging.
just immediately shuffle off away from you in a really fast movement. It's not as if you panic whoever the person is.
See, I tell you.
I think I'm gonna make sure this place is safe before we bring Dennis over. Stay good.
I'm staying outside and checking the car. Gates start flashing in. Who's gonna see whether he's in trouble or not?
Sure.
Leaving
Yeah,
him in the middle.
okay. If you start flashing, yeah, we'll be inside, just scream.
Yeah, I'll be screaming. You'll be screaming. I'll be screaming. Then you should be getting screaming coming for you.
Yeah, I just.
Hello, sorry to scare you, we're just lost. We're looking for a petrol station.
And then the maniac have a gun.
Fuck, put that down.
Okay, sure.
Don't scare people. Wait. Come to the town carrying
And
guns.
walk into the church.
You walk into the
Wow.
church.
Walks towards the candlelight.
You head towards to where the candle lights are, passing over about 2 dozen of the wooden benches found on each
So
side.
check between the benches to see just in case more hard.
Eric has become more paranoid as he constantly check on each row
So
of
what
the bench
pass? What's pass and look.
with a gun in his hand.
I'm just standing in
No,
the
my gun,
entrance.
I put away my
Oh.
gun.
Damn it, Gary! What the hell are you doing?
I put away my gun already.
Damn it!
I want you to roll for spot check.
Damn it! This is a place of worship. Stop doing stupid shit like that.
You know I'm not Christian, so.
Still.
11.
11. No, you're not too sure what's going on there. You don't see any flashlight towards the church. You assume that the guys have already head into the church.
Right. At that point, I feel a bit worried because you're not coming out, and I go to see the flashlight.
I'm
I'm like,
just at the
fuck. Fuck!
getting scared.
Okay, I turn off the light,
Okay.
take the keys off the ignition. I carry my gear, my big pack and everything.
You have your flashlight with you, right?
Yeah, I exit the door, close it, lock the door, open my flashlight.
Before you open your flashlight,
Yeah.
I want you to roll for initiative.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Someone's gonna die.
What's
Holy
my
shit.
just dex move?
Yes.
Hey,
But you were more focused on scolding Eric than you did not keep an eye on Dan's vehicle.
18.
Oh, good. Could you kindly roll for a listen check?
roll high.
It's a 4.
Okay.
Yup, the USI times. It's
As you turn off the vehicle and the headlights turn off, you take your stuff and with a flashlight in your hand, you exit the vehicle, worried about the guys. As soon as you shut the door and about to use the flashlight, something hits your flashlight
God,
as it breaks into pieces.
oh God. Can I move?
Yes.
I immediately run towards the church. Fuck.
Do you remember which directions? Is it so dark?
Should be. Because I was just keeping an eye on that church where they came in the whole time. So
Okay.
I run to that general direction.
Okay. As you begin to make your move,
But I actually yell out, fuck.
Again, both of us are me and fuck's coming.
you're more focused on Eric at that
Okay.
point.
You're screaming
because
at Eric.
you'll be scolding him because he's been doing these weird things right now. And so, but you can go for listen, but you have a minus 5 everything.
Oh wow, it so happened so fast. Oh wow.
I guess I have -10 up inside the church.
Yes.
I don't think I can
7 minus 5 minus
I think I can, because he's screaming at me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can just hear.
Roll of 22, 12.
12. No, not really. You cannot really hear that. That is in the center of the fucking road. So you're all inside the thing. You're too far away to hear him. As you're making your way over across the other street, I want you to make another spot check. Don't forget you have your action points.
I rolled really low, so
Yeah.
yeah, 6.9.
Yeah, so
The action point is 1d6.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1d6.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did I trip?
No matter what, you're not too sure what had happened. You think it's some sort of wild animal that attacked you because you're sure enough that you felt like something strong struck onto your flashlight. But you're not too sure what it is. Everything is so dark because you turned off the lights and everything just went, it was dark.
And
You can't even see in the dark.
Can I take out my PDA?
No, you have, you can take out your PDA, but your, no.
I'll scramble for the torchlight function.
And then trip, and then break your ankle.
I just thought this shit.
and then break the ankle. It would just a trick and then there's killers.
Running along in the stroke.
Fuck.
Okay, first I want you to roll for balance check.
Okay.
Hey, horror movie.
I guess, then you get to say goodbye.
Oh
He's
my
the
god.
He's the black dude.
Oh Chinese.
It's fine.
You take out your PDA, you take out your smartphone, and you immediately, panickingly trying to
Swipe for the
swiping to look for the flash. Not realizing that you step onto something you're not even sure what the hell did you step onto. Maybe a small little pothole on the road that's
Or even the sidewalk.
or even on the sidewalk. You're not sure what did you trip onto. You fell and fall prone, and your hand. I want you to make a reflex save so you can grab hold of the PDA, or that PDA is gonna send flying, sliding God knows where.
No.
Wow, it is a horror now.
Holy shit! It starts so fast.
The 3 days like, hello, Eric, stop doing that now.
16.
16. You managed to grab hold of the PDA, but you slam yourself onto the ground. Next thing you know is that whatever it is, catches up onto you.
Oh shit.
Your defense is how much? 15, right?
Yes.
With a -4.
Yes. Flat-footed. Tasty.
And he's carrying a key too! Even to get out, you have to find his body and grab the key, man.
Damn it.
The key shade is here. The fucking horror game is here.
Plot tickets.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh,
With your
no.
12 hit points.
No, I have 15.
Oh, you have 50 hit point?
Hey, no. 12.
Yeah. You took 6 damage. Whatever it is, just call onto your back and you can feel this intense pain
I
from the
scream.
Scream.
That scream.
I want the 3 of you to roll for this check.
Okay, but
Oh, not bad.
that
It-
fucking
it-
hurts.
18.
18.
16.
10.
Total.
10. Total 10.
Yes.
No penalties, right? So
No, after penalty 0.
16.
well, it is a very quiet town, so but you have this to keep on. No, you have Mark.
And then going once only and then.
Well, the 3 of you can hear from outside of the building, especially you're the closest. You can hear
Okay,
Daniel screaming in pain.
I immediately draw my gun. Fuck, it happened now.
I turn back and run. I like, no! Into the church and I run back down.
I go quickly.
You can hear it right now. Oh shit, Daniel!
Yes. I didn't hear anything, so suddenly the frost flashlight is gone. Fuck.
The moment the flashlight
Daniel,
lights is
trouble.
gone,
Yeah.
the whole church is dark except for the candle.
Oh shit, fuck. They got my face. Oh,
Under the chair.
yeah, the
Yeah.
fan below my paper.
So you're immediately surrounded by darkness except for the podium itself. There's several candles.
I'm moving to the entrance. You should be able to see my back, right?
Who's
I'm
able
just-
to see the
I mean, I'm just standing on the entrance right now with my back on.
Paul was able to see your flashlight,
Yeah, I have my flashlight also that time.
but your flashlight won't be able to reach to Daniel since he only reached only halfway over.
Scared, yeah, running towards him.
You immediately react towards to it.
Screaming
You
Daniel.
also notice the car's headlights is no longer turned
Yeah.
on, and everything is very
I was
dark.
like, shit.
You follow the sound when Daniel
My
screamed,
PDA should be lit, so maybe that could be something that I can see.
but you didn't manage to flip it fast enough. But at this point,
No, the screen is lit on, not the flashlight.
the screen is lit on.
Yeah.
But whatever animal attacked you immediately stopped because one screamed out your name and you can see ahead of you there's 2 flashlights is coming towards your direction.
I scurry and trying to just run towards the flashlights.
Like a duster ready.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm just hoping Mark can.
Or you're alone in the church. I want you to roll for listen check.
No.
Everywhere panic.
Oh,
9 total. Hit the back.
you have no idea what's going on. You can hear Mark's voice screaming out for Daniel. Then eventually you can hear the doors shut.
I'm still at the entrance though. I'm just standing at the entrance. I'm not leaving the church. I'm just standing there.
You're standing at the entrance, then the door shut behind you.
So I'm outside.
First things first, you have to roll for listen check.
22.
Whatever it is, you can hear some shuffling noise coming from behind you. But by the time you turn around, the door just slams shut right into your face. And Paul is inside the church by himself, while Mark is heading straight towards to Daniel. And by the time you reach towards to Daniel, Daniel is prone on the ground with a huge claw mark found at the back of his on his back itself, and his back is bloody.
Oh shit, you're bleeding.
What's
Do I see anything else? That attack him? Do I see anything else?
Something hit me, man. It fucking hurts.
You're looking around with your flashlight, right?
Yeah.
You roll for spot check.
With my knuckle duster ready to strike. 19?
You look around. Behind Daniel, about 30 feet is where the car is. And you notice that the tires, at least the front tires that you see, seems to have deflated.
Oh shit.
Paul, what are you doing?
I move up to the outer where all the lights is, so I can get a better look. Then I take out my phone and try to flip to the flashlight.
Okay. You flip over to the flashlight and you get a better view. What Eric is doing?
There's a door set on me. I don't claw inside, so I think something else shut the door because claw is far ahead. So I try to kick the door.
Roll for strength check.
Can you use the effort? That's right.
Yes, you can.
+4.
It's a full round action, so.
No, I roll 1.
You
No,
Then you're
can I roll for action?
you roll a 1. What's the total?
Total 1 plus my strength 3. Effort is 6. But 7.
You need at least 3 points.
I'll roll for it then. Roll 6.
You manage to kick
Deduct 1.
open the door, kick the one of the door wide open as it slams, as the door slams to the other side wide
I
open.
scream out, call! Where are you?
And you can see on the other end of the entrance is that Eric is standing at the entrance with a light source flashlight pointing towards your direction.
What? Someone close the door.
And then I move in and I look left and right for the behind the door. Something like that.
Roll for spot check.
I was flashing around, so see.
12.
You don't see any signs of people, but roll for listen check. You can hear some movement sounds at the corner of where you stand. It seems like the church has what seems to be an archway at both corners of the church itself. That probably lead to the back of the church. But you do hear the one to the right side, your right side, the sounds of movement. Quickly,
I'll put the lights, shine the light at the archway.
you can only see a glimpse of a foot, a shoe, a black leather shoe, just walk past the archway and disappears the moment whoever it is has walked into the archway.
Hello, I see you walk in there. Any help? We're lost.
What is Mark doing?
I go and I make sure my surroundings and quickly grab it.
Get me the hell out of here, man.
Then I see you.
Get me the hell out of here.
Okay, we bring it into church. You're all injured, man. Dude, you're bleeding.
Yeah, I know.
Where's the towel? I can use my towel to wrap around you.
Fucking just get me to the church first, man.
Okay, then grab your
I don't want to stay outside here anymore.
your phone and everything. I like shit. I quickly bring Daniel up to the church.
Oh,
So
It's
move,
what, run back to the
you
church.
move at half speed and you grab Daniel as he limps along, walking along the road itself, trying to head towards the church. Your back is bleeding. You try to call out whoever it is, but you still don't not get any response until you hear a more obvious sound, as if sounds of footsteps leading up to some sort of steps heading out of the church.
Still on the same right side.
Yes.
And
Before then, as you listen, you can hear the door slam.
again.
Not from down below, but from above.
Okay. Then I walk with the flashlight, my PA light on. And I walk to the door and
You have to notice the entrance where Eric is.
someone is here.
Yeah, I think Daniel got attacked as well.
What?
Yes.
Guys!
Goes up the just flash it on look for
You can, as you flash,
I'm keeping my eye intact.
as you flash around with your light source, looking down, you can see
Safety off.
Mark is carrying Daniel up towards the steps, and you can see that Daniel is limping around, and his back is covered with a lot of lift.
Oh my god, something attacked Daniel.
Oh shit!
That is all bleeding.
I need to go to the trunk, my medic kit is inside.
Oh shit.
Let's go now. Can we Daniel back?
Then I hit with the light on, hit towards the car.
I go down with you. I go down with you.
Eric?
Okay, I'm regrouped,
Yeah.
and I basically follow them by keeping my light on.
How many people are going to the car?
I think all of us.
Are you coming as well?
I guess I'll move the crowd.
I
Lord,
spot him. I
something
spot-
big.
I spot him. I use my
I feel
powers
something
to
big
cover.
just hit me. Just be careful around here. It's not safe.
I use my
At all.
powers to temporary bandage you can.
Wait, the light's off.
I turn it off.
You have the key, or is the keys in the car?
It's with me. It's with me.
Give me the key, I need to open the trunk.
Passively.
You make your way to the vehicle. By the time you reach the vehicle, all your light source revealed that your car's tires has
It's slashed.
been deflated. It seems like there's a lot of damage to the tires, as if something slashed it.
Does it look like bite marks or
You can't really
tell
tell.
from that distance yet?
No, you can't really tell unless you make a closer inspection.
Can I do that when we are near the car?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Roll for SWAT check.
I go to the driver's seat, put in the car, turn on the engine, then turn on the inside light.
19
It seems like it's been slashed.
with a bladed weapon, I guess.
I'm the cop
Something
character.
sharp.
I'm the cop character.
You turn on the inside of the lights.
Yeah.
Something or someone slashed the tires, guys.
The tree won't in case of the infection or something.
Yeah. So the light is on, then I can see Daniel's back then.
Okay. You can see the claw mark.
Shit, how bad does it look?
At least 5 claw marks slashed from his right shoulder all the way to the lower left rib.
Fuck, that looks bad.
There's a big scar enough.
I mean, let's hope it's not some sort of like weird infection.
I'll keep watch while they.
Dude, don't jinx that.
Well, 5 claw, no, you don't see a lot. I don't know, 5 claw, go
Yeah.
to the trunk, to pop the trunk.
I mean,
Can I roll for like pop culture arcane law to see what the fuck?
No, you have points on arcane law.
I actually bumped it up because I want to make I want to make myself like this zombie geek. Because I like zombie flicks too.
Yo, you hang out on 4th Gen X.
Yes.
There it is, guys.
Roll
Steve
for-
Walker.
Arcane law.
But DC will
Should be
DC
quite
will be
high,
quite
I guess.
high since you don't really have a lot of information to work on. But you can roll for it.
Right.
You pop the trunk and you
Ooh,
have
19.
your medical kit at the back along with your surgery kit.
Yeah, everything, all my shit is in the trunk.
26.
Okay.
Get all my stuff. So.
It has tons of creatures, mythical creatures.
But they could be werewolves.
It could be anything that has
Wendigo? Yeah, but Bigfoot, I don't know, but it's fucking America.
chill.
When you go werewolf, because you're 5 finger, maybe human turn to werewolf.
There's the information that you have right now is too vague. that you have
Do you
there's
have
too many
do you have
things
silver coins?
that
That
you know.
fits the same criteria.
Yes.
I mean, you should join us, man.
Medical kit and a surgery kit take out from the trunk.
But-
and leave my backpack inside.
But if you're performing surgery on him, it will be unconscious now.
No, no, not using the surgery kit, using the medical kit.
Okay.
Turn around in the back seat so they have more room to work with.
And keep watch.
And try to disinfect and then put iodine and then try to put whatever bandage.
Roll for your first aid.
Is he gonna leave a mark?
Oh,
shit.
Definitely.
you're gonna be fucking badass.
Okay,
No.
You can be fucking guts now.
maybe it's a bad, man. It's a
I
bad.
laugh at that cringy pain.
Pre-injury, 28.
Fanny.
It's a bad.
The bear couldn't be that fast, man.
Roll for
Healing ground.
to heal. I believe it's D4 something. Let me double check.
Eric, I'm in full paranoid mode.
Full paranoia.
I'm like that, you know, all horror game or horror would have a cop character. I'm not a cop by X.
I'm like the guy that dies first.
Fucking
Restore
hell.
D4. Do you have any talent to increase it?
Yes.
I believe even a feat that increases it.
You have the medical specialist.
Yeah, roll for it.
Yeah, first aid training, you know that?
I'm a 5 cadet.
Wait, 5 credit.
5 cadet.
Oh.
I can kick down door, but you throw me in the jungle, I die. 3 point?
Total 3.
Yeah.
What about your talent and everything? Does it?
Just +1.
So you roll how much was that?
2.
Oh, okay.
It's good. I have no HP anyway.
You restore 3 hit points.
Oh, thanks, God.
I don't have the healing talent tree.
Paul managed to patch you up using whatever he has on his first aid kit. His medical kit. As he tried to seal back your wounds and try to apply whatever iodine and to clean your wounds. Eventually, you're shirtless, but your back is patched up. Eventually, you wore back your bloodied shirt. It took about a minute or two to do this.
I want to wear not my torn shirt.
Also, Sandy, I want to clarify that
I only have one casual clothing.
Hold on. What?
I only have one casual clothing, which is a torn shirt, right?
Mhm.
I don't have any. Is the jacket torn?
No.
Okay, never mind. I'll just keep it as is.
Just going to clarify that my gun is like 1911 I have 7 round, but I put extra one in the chain for me, so I have 8 round.
Okay.
Clarifying. Okay.
Damn it, this town is spook, man.
Now you guys wish you have gun.
Well, mutant inbreed then.
I can't believe the pepper's red. Fuck.
So, what now then?
Should we go back in the church or you want to go somewhere else?
Oh, there's someone in the church. You might go look for him for help. I think he went up to the looks up at the church.
I
And
think
he went to the higher
I
floor.
think he's the one who closed the door behind me. Try to lock you in.
The fuck did he close the door for?
It's better than having whatever being outside with whatever animal that attacked Daniel.
No, you're right. My vote's in the church.
At this point, I want everyone to roll for the sin check.
Nice. 20.
Huh?
11.
19.
21.
The three of you, yours how much?
11.
Okay.
I cannot.
So call Eric and Daniel. The three of you hear something. A sound reaches to your ear. A persistent metallic clang like someone banging on a pipe. It seems to be coming towards from the west side.
That's north or west?
Don't know.
I mean, since we're heading to Texas to California, we're heading toward west, northwest or east. So that,
Here is west.
okay. Cool. So this is now.
Right. Hear some banging sound.
Yeah, we all heard it.
Shit, yeah, me too, man. Fuck.
Trying to like
Shit, give me the fucking pan, man. Give me the fucking pan. I take his frying pan.
Give you a flying pan.
Look over to the west side, try to squinch my eye, try to see if I can see anything or not.
Guys, I think you should hide or something. This doesn't just
You
feel
only
like.
make enough noise.
That piece of shit broke my flashlight, so I don't have a flashlight, guys.
We don't even know what we're doing here, man. This is this.
Oh, I know we need to get the fuck out of here, man.
There's no film, so
Do you want to check the church or you want to investigate what's this banging pipe sound?
we're
Try
gonna
to look down the street, see what is it. Try to, or we can see anything.
Your flashlight doesn't really go that far, but passing the commercial buildings, it's really hard to tell. There's a long stretch of road. Your flashlight doesn't go that far.
I also look at who point my flashlight in there.
Shit, man.
Same thing.
Let's go to the church.
Okay, let's go
Hey,
church now.
I'll keep an eye on the west side.
Yeah. Let's go there.
Right,
So you're heading towards the church.
Yeah, we all head to the church.
Holding
follow them.
both with my kid.
So all four of you.
We didn't leave anything behind, right?
we got everything.
Just from distance suit, I don't think I need that one.
We have
Yeah.
start with.
Alright.
So the four of you leave your vehicle. Eric getting more paranoid as he looks around, frantically veering left and right, looking over his shoulder to see what's going on. Roll for spot check. You yourself also felt paranoid because Wilder had attacked you.
Yeah.
That will be 18.
18. You look around, it seemed like the town looked abandoned, but definitely someone is here inside the church. Because you thought you saw some movement between two buildings across the street, and you have this creepy feeling of being watched.
I will keep that in mind. Not saying anything. And just keep moving forward to just keep following the guys.
Okay.
Basically I'm thinking I see you son of a bitch.
I see you, son of get some.
Get this
As you head towards the church, you reach up to the steps and stood in front of the church building. The doors are still wide open. You kick it open, and it hasn't been closed since then. Candles are still lit at the end of the church's altar. What do you want to do?
I wanna go.
I want to when we move in, I want to close the church door is like closed inward, right? Open inward, right?
Yes.
Close it, and then I want to basically pull out the duct tape, duct tape and tape it between the door. Basically, in case someone like open it, then you have some resistance.
Okay, how much tape you're gonna use?
I'll use two, one up and one down.
Yeah, but how long of the tape you want to
Maybe 20 inch.
use? Okay.
You wanna add a bench?
No, we do the block some in.
So you're all four of you. Well, the three of you are nearby to the bench where and Eric is at this entrance as he's duct taping the entrance behind the duct taping behind the doors and stuff, as the door has already shut.
Can I ask what else is on the altar except candles? Other than candles?
Behind the altar there's a huge cross with Jesus Christ hanging on that. Other than that, around you there's about 2,000 empty benches. At each corner of behind the altar itself, there are two archways, dark archways. And previously, before you, Paul, saw a foot that immediately ran past the archway to the right side. Then you recall that the footsteps head up before the door shuts closed.
Can I look at the statue of Jesus Christ to see if there's anything off about it?
You head up closer, you have your flashlight, you
Turn on my.
roll for spot check.
Remember who the guy is Kristen, right? You and
I'm Catholic.
like
Trinity. But
so quite close to Christ.
You look at Jesus, look at the statue of Jesus Christ, this huge cross and the statue of Jesus Christ. Somehow, most of the body itself, most of Christ's body is alright until you look at the face. It seems like whatever it is had clawed the face of Christ multiple times until you can't really see the face.
I shine my torch towards the face of the statue of Christ. Guys, you should look at this. This don't seem right.
You're fucking Cthulhu now.
Holy shit, this is scary. Oh god.
Antichrist shit
I
now.
knew it.
At this point, you are at the door.
And yeah,
You are near. You are standing in front of the cross. The two of you are at the bench. I want each one of you to go for a listen check. So each one of you have a different penalty depending on the distance.
What is that number?
6.
19.
6.
22.
26,
6.
19, and 22. Strangely, the two of you near the benches, you hear footsteps coming from above you. Well, not directly above, more like where,
Coming from the archway.
yeah, coming from the archway, but from above floors. You can hear really quiet steps, as if not like a normal movement, like really careful movement, but nowhere near you because it's coming from the other end, from above.
I move up to join Daniel at the altar.
You will clearly see the statue of Jesus Christ. His face has been clawed.
I keep my eye on the right side archway. What's that? The rest of the sound come from? The creeping sound.
You keep an eye on it, but there's no other development from that. What about you?
I joined them.
And
After I'm done taping, I just move closer.
So guys, how? I mean,
The guy is still up, whisper. The guy is still upstairs, sneaking around. I can hear him.
shall we go and sleep?
I look at the right, left archer. Is there any like the archway? Is there any?
yeah, there is an archway on the left side.
Is there a sign that said where it's like pasture room or whatever?
It seems like there's no sign, but there's some sort of beads hung behind the string beads that's hung behind the archway itself. Looks familiar, like what some churches would be a confession roof area, perhaps. You're not sure.
Confession room or at least all the way up.
No, that's the left side.
No, left side. The right side is after they goes to the stair going down.
Should we go up?
Let's try.
Okay, I'll move. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Just check out whatever.
Who's leading?
I'll lead it.
Okay. So Eric, you lead the group. Paranoid, with a sense of paranoia, your gun aiming forward. The rest of you are not too sure about Eric.
Oh,
We were behind Eric.
It's like, fuck Eric, don't walk off like that. Just tell us
No,
after.
I'm waiting for you guys to group up, man.
Alright, let's go.
Okay, we were torchlights that were like all.
We all know separating is a bad idea.
As you follow Eric, you move ahead into the archway, and ahead of you, just about a few feet ahead of you, there's this wooden spiral stairs that leads all the way to the top, but you're not too sure how many floors it goes. You start to climb up as it does and spirals, and you assume that it goes at least about 3 stories high, reaching to like a small little hallway where there's a single door that is shut, and there's a sign on the door. But the sign itself has been scratched. You can only barely read that some of the words that reads out past something. You will need to roll for spot check because you're leading it.
I roll that one.
You will not be able to see anything. What's the rest of you doing?
And now follow after, then we reach the second floor.
No, on the third floor.
Third floor. So we're in front of this door with the pasture or something. I reach over and try the door. There's a doorknob.
Yes, there's a doorknob, but it's locked.
Can I try to look at the pest or something and try to make something out of pest or whatever that is? Is there any way I can do that?
Roll for spot check. So far, you're the only one that uses an action point.
8.
It's really difficult to see it.
It's difficult. I want to use action points.
I whispered to the team, so how this door's locked? But I'm sure there's somebody in there.
What do you want to do?
Not to mention all these claw markings on everywhere. Seems that there's some kind of claw marks.
What about you kick down the door, then I will keep the ice cream.
Sure.
Let's try knocking first.
Let's try knocking first.
Yeah. Slam on it's a wooden door, right?
Yeah, it's a wooden door.
So slam.
You start to slam on the door.
Hello? I hear you inside. We're lost tourists. We need a bit of help.
Yeah, I'm injured. I need some medical assistance as well.
You can hear an obvious sound, like an accidental, something dropped, like in a panic, but the silence.
Come on.
I hear you!
I hear you, man.
Can you unlock the door?
Open up.
All we force our way in.
Roll for intimidate.
Oh.
What's up, okay?
Oh.
3.
You can hear this very old voice of a man whispering from behind the door and says, "Go away."
What happened here?
Go away.
Look, you've got to help. Something's out there. You just gotta save us, please.
You calm down.
Can I get through
I
that?
tried to mimic the old man's wife, but you calm down.
Can't because Smart kept on interrupting you.
Damn it!
Yes.
He keep on slapping you. You can't do that.
Okay.
Mister, we really need the help. There's something outside. Just slash our car and then attack on my friend. We really need the help, man.
I'm really in pain. Please help us.
I'm sorry, we need to know what happened.
I will want you to roll for diplomacy, but you have a -5 because Mark just tried to break down the door.
What is Diplo?
Yeah.
Shit.
Why is it that not you that are doing
I was doing it. In fact.
14 minus 5.
You 9? You're asking the character in the door. He has to say, "Go away. I can't help you. Go away."
Fuck.
You have Mark like cock blocking you. And then Mark cock blocking you.
Now what?
I'll speak up. You seem to know something about what happened to this town. What about you tell us about the creature that attacked our friend, and we'll leave you alone.
Roll for diplomacy.
What's diplomacy?
Why is it that the non-talker? Why is it the non-talker talks?
The talker is panicking.
Oh, 10.
Yeah, 10.
It's not enough to convince the person behind the door. But whoever the person is, we assume it's the pastor, maybe. It's just, at this point, just get quiet. There's no response coming from the old man.
Can I add it to whatever he's saying?
What do you want to say?
Can I end it also?
I'm starting to look at the Mark really angry.
Yeah, but what do you want to add?
The pistols.
You must be the pastor of this church, right? have some heart. I'm pretty sure the Lord
Yes,
Lord
of course,
Jesus.
why right here.
I'm pretty sure Lord Jesus wouldn't.
Yes,
ever-
Paul actually.
Yeah,
This is
quotes
very important. Yeah, quotes on iPhone.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't turn down someone's head.
This will make a really nice low budget horror movie.
Yes.
Low budget horror, comedy horror.
Or at least like tell us what's going on. We'll be on our way. I promise.
What do you want to add in? But you already said you want to add
Because I'm staring him down.
No, I
Cock stand, cock stand. Roll intimidate at him.
Yeah, roll intimidate. And you roll for will save.
14.
That would be 15.
Okay.
Yep.
I
As you're about to interject and wanted to add something, Eric just stares at you.
I'm having a gun in my head.
He's having gun in his hand. Having gun in his hand. And then he's like, roll for diplomacy.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, low budget horror where all the people, the actors just meta each other.
24.
Oh, this is talk about it. At this point, at first there was no response. Then the pastor behind the door finally speaks. Okay, but you gotta keep quiet. The door unlocks, and again the door unlocks and opens, and as the door swings open, you can see this man dressed in a pastor's suit, all black. Hair is short. He's quite old. He's probably in his 40s, maybe in his 50s. But he has a lot of eye bags. And he looks really afraid. Quietly open the door and then tells you, you folks make a lot of noise. And you woke them up. Sorry, things up there. Things that attack folks in this town. Come in. So he opens the door and let you in, and the pastor closes the door behind you and locks it. And you can see that in this room there's dozens of empty cans.
I grab his hand and I thank you, Pastor.
I'm sorry, Pastor. So scary.
You can see there's a bed. There's also a lot of empty bottles. There's some. There's an open window where it seems there's a rack behind the open window where he actually has bowls to collect rainwater.
Shit, how long has been rolled up in here, man?
He's an old man. He's an old man. Both of you grab his hands and shake, and he's like not too sure how to react.
I'm just watching the dog.
You folks, you all eat. You Koreans.
I'm Asian American.
Real snipers. Can be
That's block, that's a block, man.
No, we're Asians. We don't know.
You said Asian American. Old man looks at you. The pastor looks at you. You don't sound American.
That's because.
Yeah, we're tourists from Asia.
Yeah.
You picked the wrong place to do sightseeing.
Not by choice.
You're right.
We're just passing by.
You run out of fuel.
Move silently to the window.
Okay.
You run out of fuel.
22.
You creep over to the open window and peek out. Town itself has no light.
Aside from the convenience store. Aside from the store, the shop that we.
It's really hard to tell because you're on the third level on the hill.
So
You're looking down, and from the farmers marketplace, you cannot see at the window because they have a roofing in the front, so the angle itself won't let you see where the window is. You can see the building.
I can see the streets.
You can see the streets,
I
but
can see the car.
it's dark. It's quite dark. There's no moonlight at this point, too.
Because we didn't turn off the car light. The inside light and the headlight.
Yes.
So, Pastor, what happened here?
I take a seat because I'm tired as fuck.
I am Mark.
The pastor introduced himself. I'm Pastor Jacobson, and I'm pastor to Black Rock. Been the pastor for as long as I remember. I grew up in this place. He takes a seat at the bed and tries to recall. He said, there were a lot of strange things happening.
I assume he speaks in whispered so
Yeah, it's in the whisper tone.
we all gather around like campfire.
At first there were some missing people.
Classic character now.
And I had him water.
He takes it from your hand and eats it and drinks it because he hadn't had any food for quite some time. And he thanks you. It's like, thank you. I couldn't get to the farm lots because those things are out there. I only managed to scavenge one out nearby my church. I didn't dare to get out any further.
When does this thing start happening? What are these?
What happened?
It gotten worse than maybe about a week, maybe longer. I can't really remember. People just went disappearing, and there were people talking about strange looking people skulking in the dark with claws. Eventually, the local community tried to do night patrols. We only had like a sheriff. We don't. This is a small town. We don't really have a lot of crime here. Sheriff went disappeared. So it's up to the local folks here to find out what's going on. So things happen at night. So there were night patrols, neighborhood patrols. That didn't turn out well. And people got so afraid that smart ones, they left. Smart ones left. But a lot of folks here decided to stay because this is their livelihood. Right? You can't just up and leave. So they try to go to other towns for help, but nothing. Couldn't get any help. People thought they're crazy. It's all because I recall. It's all because that one farmer there was this one farmer
That becomes something.
this one farmer there where
Calm down.
some folks says that these things drag saw these things drag people to this farmer's house, this farm. We send people there to check it out. And then we came back.
Are they armed?
Yeah? It's Texas. Most of everyone is armed. But I can't.
How long has this been? How long?
A week ago.
We want you all to go for this check.
Shit.
Holy shit.
You're nothing. I roll one.
Get nothing in the roll.
15.
I roll.
Roll 8.
3 plus 1.
15.
Eric, pastor, through the window, you can hear a faint banging. So how much do you know?
8.
You too can hear it because you're at the window. You can hear this distant pipe banging sound.
The same one we heard before.
Yes, coming close to the west.
Pick up.
You don't really see it. Everything is quite dark. You can see the silhouettes of buildings, but other than that,
Just gonna maintain the lookout.
the pastor tells you keep hearing it every night. That's banging sound.
The hell is that?
I don't know. I don't know. They have to come out. They have to come out to find out.
Is it safer if we wait till they like they
If the town here try to do night vision, right, they all disappear. I think we have not much chance of lasting.
not in the we probably have to wait till morning.
Yeah. Even the town folk have guns.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm the only one with guns.
Tell me, Pastor, has anyone seen these things that attacked the townsfolk and me?
I told you we just only see silhouettes of this what seem like people.
I think I see something when I walk in as well. That's why I take the door just in case.
Can I still try and make an arcane roll based on humanoid with claws?
Still quite big.
Super vague.
Yeah, still quite big.
Until we see or something.
It could be a Wendigo, it could be a werewolf. They're also humanoid.
That's true. Yeah, I think
Yes. Or mutant inmates.
God damn it.
Shall we try for shall we try to investigate?
Just hold it until the morning comes.
Yeah, let's hold it then we
I don't think morning would ever come yet. We're in Black Rock now.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I haven't seen the sun ever since.
wait, it's
Oh,
been this
shit.
dark.
What?
I think we are in Silent Hill situation then.
Why do you have to say that? Fuck you.
Already in it.
Fuck.
The pastor looks at you. Not really used to all this swearing, but
Sorry, Pastor. It's
Yeah,
just
kind of
not a
like
great
we-
time right now.
He's attacked, so we are in stress.
Our
and
friend was
it's not a
attacked.
situation we found, so
Our friend was attacked by a claw, some giant claws.
then your friend is lucky. Usually you drag them away.
Fuck. Sorry, Pastor.
So, Pastor, do you know any mechanic like workshop around here?
There's a workshop. There's a workshop just maybe about a few blocks away from here. But I won't go out.
Wait. Did you say people left? The smart ones left. Did he leave in the middle of darkness as well?
Yeah,
And never to be heard from. I suppose they
I haven't
succeeded.
heard from them.
I hope they succeeded then.
The car outside looks pretty old.
Yeah,
It's more than a week
we've
old.
seen a lot of old cars all along the roadsides.
Is it?
It's abandoned.
Wait.
Wait, what do you mean?
Based on
Cars are old?
if you mentioned the car is old, I don't know the rust on the car. Is this kind of limbo? We're in some kind of limbo kind of what else?
Are you talking about the model and make of the car being old?
The vehicles that you have seen earlier, it's like a 1950s vehicle.
That's fucking crank up shit.
Wait,
Oh.
Pastor, what year is it today?
1957.
Look at our phone.
Wait,
Look at time.
what? 1957?
Your date is what it is.
Yeah,
Have you seen this before? I showed him the PDA.
It looks really weird and not just what it is.
Guys!
I knew it! Silent limbo! Shit! How do we get out?
From the future. What?
Well, yeah. Welcome to Twilight Zone.
Don't say that!
It's better than Silent Hill.
You're right.
I don't think either is better. I'd rather be out here. I guess if I die then. You know.
Oh my god! It was
Well.
1957?
Well, let's go crazy.
Well,
Wait, I tried to go online. Can I still go online?
There's no
When
internet.
you say it's Twilight Zone, the pastor doesn't even catch the reference because Twilight Zone only came in 1959. 2 years after. So he has no idea what you're talking about.
Hey guys, calm down.
Can if I go online, does it work?
Now it doesn't work.
I look at the phone number that called me earlier. So I have to contact it.
You can't because the number
It's
is
not
not listed.
It's not listed.
Yeah, it's a no number.
Damn it.
1957.
This doesn't make sense, Pastor. It's
The worst case scenario.
it's 2019, isn't it? It's 2019.
The old man looks at you, passes like, what are you talking about?
I ever seen clothing like those before.
I never seen Koreans get before.
Well,
I start to laugh
Have
cynically.
you heard of Vietnam War?
No.
He looks at you. We just, I heard, we just had a World War not too long ago.
Here is something. Wait,
with
where?
the Japs.
Ah,
Yeah.
Well, after everyone was looking at the phone from the unknown number, that woman they call you.
It's a no number, so I cannot control it.
But I remember.
But worst case scenario, I think she's there.
Do you remember her name?
You didn't ask the name.
I mean, they mentioned the name. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Maria and
Marilyn.
Marilyn.
yeah, Marilyn.
Hey, apparently a lady called Marilyn called my friend.
I haven't left the church
Maybe he has
for
seen
a
the
long
phone.
time.
Where's the farm that you spoke of? The barn. And the sheriff station. If it's still around.
Wow. Time travel. That's the first.
The workshop will be no help to us since
I mean,
they probably don't have the right wheel size for us.
Our fucking cars made in the freaking 2000s, man.
Looks like you're gonna use you're gonna improvise
1950s tech doesn't work then, man.
Good, we're gonna improvise their vehicles.
I'm not even the car technician, bro.
I mean-
I draw for a living.
I
You
mean,
look for bicycles.
I work in spare part, but not fixing car.
Yeah, it's
I never worked in a car before.
Yeah, I don't think the wheel will fit our car.
Yeah.
I guess we could hope to find
Not
our
a dream
working
guy.
antique.
You'll probably die, so.
Working antique or find some other method of transportation, horse or some shit.
Yeah.
Horse.
I can't ride a. I've never ridden a horse.
You're asking about the
The
farm.
barn. Yeah.
It's towards to further north. It's at the end of the road.
At the end of the road.
I think it's
Well,
actually quite.
it's at the end of the town.
You know what this reminds me of? This that point and click horror game.
How about the sheriff's station?
I recall it was in the north, about maybe a few blocks away from here.
To the north as well.
You can grab some weapon, with you.
Let's hang low a bit until the bandage is gone, then I guess we should go to try to sneak our way to sheriff, confident and arm ourselves.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Daylight's coming.
I'm just hoping the sheriff's doing good everything.
Sure. Suppose we can go check it out, shall we?
You guys want to call it a night or a day or whatever, man.
Yeah.
You get the rest up. I'm so tired of this shit right now.
Pastor says, we can take a rest here if you want. Let the room here.
Think about it. Bless your heart, Pastor. Thank you so much.
Let's keep it quiet.
Yes, sir.
These things take time.
Like, you told us that.
That's why I told you folks not to make a lot of noise. You now know you all get it.
Sorry, I don't get called earlier because he's calling.
Come again.
Because he keep calling up for with loud voice earlier. But then I'm so guilty because when the door closed, I'm still calling up for me. And then he screamed, and then you call him, oh god.
I can't help it.
The banging sounds finally stopped after about a few minutes later. And the four of you decided to stay in the pastor's room. And the pastor just quietly said, not sure what to do, and more intrigued by listening to your conversation, your weird lingo, saying stuff that make no sense to him. But he didn't really question it. He just curiously listeners. He makes trying to make heads and tails on what your modern lingo meant.
Yeah.
So we shall we rest up and
So safety on and then
wake up in about
good night.
8 hours or something. I don't know.
Until we wake up.
So we decided to sleep on the floor. Not really a comfortable place to sleep in. The pastor. You bought a sleeping bag?
I'm just using my own backpack as a pillow.
Yeah, I'll do that too.
You try to sleep. The pastor also try to retire, sleeping on the bed. Eventually, you can hear in the distant sound
Also fresh up office.
that your car's alarm starts to
Oh shit.
make a lot of noise. The pastor woke up, and after a moment, it just dies off.
Did he like interrupted or just like move back kind of nice one?
It's like interrupted.
Something ripped off the alarm or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, the wire, you know, the alarm.
Pastor asks, "That's a weird sounding."
That was our car.
Car alarm. It's an alarm for the car.
They broke it, I suppose.
Prevent people from dropping the car battery and stuff.
Yeah, Pastor. Well, that was our car. It has an alarm system if capital needs. It's to alert if someone's stealing our car. Apparently, it's not being stolen. I think it's being broken.
And all the cars here has been sabotaged by those things.
Do they come in numbers? Or
I don't know. I don't really see them myself. I hear folks said that sometimes they come in pairs, sometimes they come in groups. But I don't know. I never seen that. Most people don't see them. Don't see them properly. That is.
Speaking of which, Pastor, I think are there still any survivors here other than you?
I wouldn't know. I haven't dared to come out. I'm too afraid to go out in this church. I almost had a close call when I tried to scavenge for food, but after that I never come out again. Honestly, better take your rest. I say continues to sleep.
West.
You slept in this, what you have in you, this small little room, gyrating 5 people.
It smells like haven't been paid for it.
Yes,
At this point, this thinking I don't care about this thing anymore.
We just want to survive.
a small little safe haven. Hours has passed by, to several hours. Eventually you woke up. You recover 3 more hit points. Oh no, 4 hit points, so another 4.
Oh,
That's one. Okay. Well, that was a long night. Tell me it was a bad dream.
No, it's still dark outside.
Yes, looking through the window, there's no sun.
it's still 1957. No sun.
I guess we're all gonna die here sooner or later.
Don't say that.
Come on, man, don't say that.
I mean, I'm
Don't jinx it.
I'm expecting the worst.
I'm sure there's a way we can deal with this.
Yes. I mean, there's a small chance we might get out of this alive. Maybe some of
Just
you.
don't, maybe we have to get it.
I don't want to talk about that at all. Not now. Oh, so we're going to the sheriff's station, right?
Yes.
Let's arm ourselves and then try to find out the supplies, then we come back here.
Yeah.
This is gonna be our little hideout. And you can figure out what to do next.
The bar.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
So also the convenience, the store maybe can sell some stuff.
I think the convenience store, the sheriff the sheriff office and the convenience store would be good. Good place to visit. The barns, not until we figure out what's going on there.
So that's
And
definitely
then
something.
and the mechanic shop maybe you can.
Maybe.
So,
First
your
time,
plan?
first time is to the sheriff,
There is the sheriff.
this station.
So they ask.
The convenience store actually near to the station.
They're just across the
Just
street.
across the
Do
street.
you want to go there first?
It's not.
It's not.
I'll ask the pastor about the shop then, faster.
Much shop.
He didn't mention. He said he didn't manage to go there. But it's too far
Okay.
for him.
So we go to the sheriff and then maybe check out the convenience store later.
So we arm ourselves first.
Yeah.
Alright.
So, pastor unlocks the door for you as you leave his room, and the pastor tells you, good luck, whatever you're doing.
So I pass him a pack of snack.
He takes it, he thanks you.
Thank you for the night. We will come back. And hopefully with some more food for you.
Try not to make too much noise. They are always outside,
We'll
always
give
looking.
we'll give 2 knocks to let you know it's us.
He gives you a nod, and he shuts the door and locks it quietly. You walk down the spiral stairs, reaching down, and
Move side.
Yes.
roll for it.
Do we all move like net 20, 23.
Okay.
What is this one?
16.
Total 16.
14, 11.
Okay. You reach to the bottom of the stairs and head to the prayer hall. Candles is no longer lit because it's been
Flashlight on.
several hours have passed. And you make your way out through the main entrance as you open the door. Reaching in the
Is the duct tape that put tempered at all?
No, it's not tempered. You open the door and stood outside of the church building. And as you walk down the steps, you turn to the right, heading towards to a few blocks where the pastor had told you where the sheriff's building is. You make your way with your flashlight, lighting along the way.
Leading way.
Make sure you're in the middle one there so I take the
Yeah. So one of my hand has the PA with torch, another hand is with the tag.
Okay. So you pass about 3 buildings, and by the 4th building, you can see a single story of a white building where there's a sign above that says the sheriff's department. Black rock.
All those old style thing.
Yeah, it's very old style from the 50s. The door is open. The windows are barred.
Shine your light into the door.
As you shine your light through the door, you can see that the place itself is quite a mess. The tables has been flipped over. Some of the tables are scattered with papers, very old-looking papers. There's some private singular offices that you can see. Doors are also open.
And look left and look left. Move in and then the entrance look left and right.
As you move in and look left and right, you don't see any people aside from yourself.
Seem clear.
Do we see any like written words saying what? Any words
No sign on the ceiling, but there are signs found on the doors.
like bulletin board or something.
No bulletin board. This is a small town church office.
I only like go into the door and
You can see old school phones, rotary phone. They no sound at all.
And then make do with all the just kind of grab a random paper, make
Is there any-
any writings there, just scrap out paper.
Hmm?
The paper, guys, those papers you say those like worn out papers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any writings I can make do? Like pick one random one out.
You pick one pattern up, and it's just a paper of a crime that will help in Black Rock. It's just a minor crime of burglary.
This is what you want.
None,
Is there any? Not look for any room. Any storeroom or such.
There's at least 3 rooms. 2 of them are office. One of them seems to have a sign that it's storeroom.
I'll approach the storeroom. And I look back at the group and make sure they follow.
we ask them.
Mark is not following because he's looking at the papers.
Is there
No, I just glance at the depths that go
Okay.
like that for make sure I follow them.
is there anything that like seems like a light source that was used back in the way?
Not that.
No,
No,
yeah,
not that.
electricity, right?
They
No, they have
have
that.
light bulbs and all that, but not that.
Yeah.
This is 1957, this is 1910.
Okay.
As you head over to the storage, you can see there are lockers and even a weapon rack locker that is padlocked.
Anyone else love pink inside of them?
No.
I never get to learn how to lock it properly. We might need to make some noise to break the panel.
No, we can take all our shit and wrap it around the padlock and then try to break it or try to muff the noise.
That
Something like that.
could work.
So, what sort of cloth do you want to use?
Take all the shit.
No, I take out my towel. Hey guys, I got a towel.
Oh, towel, okay.
Guys, I got a towel.
You wrap it on the padlock, and who's going to break it?
I'm just gonna keep watch.
You want me to break it?
Who's the strongest? Our chunky boy.
Uh-huh.
Us,
What are we using to break it?
metal baton.
It's the metal method.
So you can just. Or they have a bigger sledge.
Who the fuck carries that channel?
You have anything
You want me to
bigger?
try to find pen instead?
No, let's try the metal baton. Let's get something bigger.
Is there any metal?
Okay, use my masterwork.
Any metal buttons lying around?
And you have to roll for search check.
Do you wanna try searching for?
You want to try searching around first?
Maybe there's patterns or anything like
Well, this is 1957. There's no metal baton. Normal baton, yeah. Wooden baton, yes, but not not the kind of baton that you assume.
Let's do it first. Let's see if it works.
No, I have to wait now.
Roll for your strength check.
I'll keep a lookout.
18
What's your strength?
plus my strength, 21.
It's strength check, not damage.
But I feel like it's not
How
enough.
much?
21. Not enough, I can use action point to boost it up.
The good news is that you managed to break apart that lock, causing us. There is a loud turn sound, but not to the point that it's so noticeable outside of the building. You broke it open, and the weapon rack storage is clear. When you slide it open, the metal slide, and it's just rust. You can hear the rust reaching over, and behind it, there are at least a handful of shotguns. Surprisingly, not too rusted.
Basically, no one has bothered the oil.
It's been there for quite some time.
So pick your favorite then.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
keeping
so these are only shotguns?
Yeah.
Anyone of you went fire the gun before?
I did. But then, nope, it was just for fun. It doesn't count.
Just point and pull, right?
Yeah, you just point and pull, right?
You want the shotgun.
I'll take one of it.
There's some fire one. We are next to the region. Especially, the shotgun.
No,
Actually 12 gauge shotgun.
I thought you're supposed to shoot it when you're close for a shotgun.
Is it is it a slug or a
No.
No, it's not slug. It's a 12 gauge shotgun, deals 2d damage, critical of 20, and has a range of 30 feet.
There's like bunch of shotgun enough for all.
There's 3.
3.
yeah?
You should check. How many shells?
30 feet, right?
Hmm?
30 feet range.
Yeah, it can only load about 5 shells.
Is there any like box ammo for the shell?
Yes, the problem is there's only 3 boxes.
Each box has how much? Opening up.
The first box has only half the amount there.
Check the other boxes.
And the other 2 boxes also have like a handful, not a lot left.
So pull it together and then split it 3 ways.
Yes.
You have about 15 shells.
So I each then.
Any handgun, any revolver or handgun?
No, this is my master.
No, you don't
No
see
shotgun, you could ask him.
What?
So you want the low shotgun damage 2d8. How much is the attack bonus for it? Yeah, not
If you're not proficient in it, it's a -4 to attack.
-4.
So no.
It's a base attack bonus plus your dex modifier.
Yep.
And you're not proficient in it, it's a -4.
Those 2 to use.
-4, right?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
0!
You get, yes, ngam 0.
That's 0.
A 2.
I'm just really worried about getting shot by them instead.
I didn't even pick like point blank shot as actually like
No, no.
I won't get it.
You have personal? You don't have personal training?
No,
No.
you're the only one with the gun training.
We have carried a shotgun.
So how many rounds each person gets?
5. So 5 in gun, 5 extra spare. Or unless it's not loaded.
Total 5 shells.
So just load.
There's only 15.
Yes.
So you all loaded it.
Yeah, load
Yeah,
it
so
up.
You start to load in the shells. The cockpit. Now what?
Right, guys.
Let's go to the grocery store.
Yes.
Right, let's go to the grocery shop.
Let's go
grocery shop.
Can we look for like maybe some buttons as well?
Yeah.
Maybe
Will
something.
it better? Maybe let's search around. Let's take whatever we can take.
Yeah. Can I search the police station to see if there's any other weapons we can use?
Okay, roll for it. Roll for search.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, sheriff desk, go through the files. Is there a recent reportings?
Okay. You head to the sheriff's office. Inside his office is quite a mess. Table is out of position. Filing cabinet is open, but there's a lot of files in there. Dozens of files per cabinet. You're searching through to see what sort of.
Search, like, is there like filing by date or filing by alphabet?
But what is there? What
Let's
is it?
try to search for the most recent occurrence.
Recent.
Yeah.
Roll for search. You're searching for any useful
Yeah,
weapon.
I'm gonna help.
And what about
I keep watch.
I'm trying to look for
where
what
are you keeping watch?
just what was reported recently.
The entrance.
Not really the entrance, I just at the office down there. Just make sure there's no cover.
Just the office downstairs.
No, just the office area where near to the storage, just outside of the storage area.
So you're looking at the office area.
Yeah.
What do you roll for your search?
17.
What do you roll?
31.
What about you?
15.
Okay.
That's a good call. Maybe the police report for that.
I can't find. I have a lot of research and knowledge skill though.
Ah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got quite a few
I
knowledge.
can be the Velma and that useless rich chick.
Daphne?
yeah.
Is she rich?
She's supposed to see rich.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess
rich man. I want to be that big.
Yeah.
What about am I a John Cena?
Your combination with Shaggy.
I'm the cop character.
I'm the friend.
The old paranoid, don't stay or whatever.
The
launching that nice.
You're the crossover from Supernatural.
What's it?
You're the crossover from Supernatural TV series. that one goddamn episode, crossover with Scooby-Doo.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yes.
I didn't watch that one.
What do you know? What the fuck?
Yes, it's a cartoon crossover. Supernatural with Scooby-Doo.
I didn't watch that.
You can be deep.
Oh shit, the guy.
Then you can hunger for pies.
You roll for how much? Your search?
21.
What?
I suppose I was just or is it a different?
No, you're searching in two different areas. To you don't find any pattern, but in one of the room you manage to find a Smith & Wesson handgun. It's a revolver handgun.
Open it and see how many rounds there's fire or not fire.
There's only 4 rounds.
You will put it in my
Deals
pocket.
2d6 damage, critical threat deal, range of 30 feet, and it has only 4 rounds.
20 foot range, right?
No, 30 feet the range. You don't find any that. For you, you're looking at the office, and you can see that Eric and Devin are searching through the rooms and in the office. You're looking for your pencil?
So basically, there's no anything usual that
You're only looking at the office, you have no idea what's going on outside the building.
maybe that we don't work.
Looking through the files, the most recent file that you can find is there's a file folder that date in April 2nd of 1957.
What's the case, the plot?
As you flip through the pages, as you look into it, the case itself reads that 7 more people went missing, and there were reports of witnesses. The range of the witnesses saw with hallucination and illusions that they see wild creatures or some wild animal prowling at night, attacking people. And some of the cases also mentioned that a witness saw a victim being dragged into a farm at the far end of the north. A farm that has been abandoned for a month. They have the owner of the farm has gone missing, and the family is nowhere to be seen.
Is there a name for the farmer? Or last name, family name?
Semi-serious one.
The family that went missing is Paul Peterson, Robert Peterson, Margaret Peterson, and the daughter
Wait, Margaret?
Margaret, and Kathy Peterson.
Margaret.
I want you to go for research. You have research, right? I want you to roll for listen and spot.
Let's walk out of the searching.
16.
Listen 16. Spot 1.
From a distance outside of the building, through the entrance itself, you can hear the faint bang banging type sound. They do not know because they are busy searching. You're also researching. To the files itself, it seems like there were Robert Peterson started the act. His personality has acted more aggressive throughout the weeks and ever since he came back, bringing up after he bought a new farm machine that was installed into his barn. And after about 2 weeks later, the whole family went missing.
Slowly, quietly approach them. Slowly approach them.
Close the farm. Stuck in the backpack.
You wrote how much for your search?
15 plus 2, 17.
Throughout your search, you didn't find any metal vacuum, but you managed to find 3.357 rounds.
What is the difference? 3, right?
4.
4.
How loud is the banging sound? What is this?
Quite a distance.
Quite distance, but it is like slowly approaching.
No,
Passing by.
it doesn't seem to be approaching. It's still in the same distance sound.
Okay, I found one kind of revolver. Do you want? I don't want the order, just give me.
I just take the bullets and pass it to you. Sure. But then you keep it. But I'm not saying anything because I was like,
The gun looks really old, so does the bullets.
Hear the banging.
You will also notice as you pull the gun in, before you put it back into your own person, there's a marking on the gun that reads 1940.
gesture to everyone, like it's us. Did everyone perform?
What?
To let the thing.
Sense motive.
Sense motive.
Did everyone perform to like act that out? Like,
Yeah, you performed that.
What is sense motive?
8. Perform acting, right?
Yeah. Did you put points acting?
Yes.
Okay.
19.
Oh, okay.
I wrote 18.
I wrote 8. I wrote 19.
You don't. At first, you try very hard to understand, but you can understand what the other is trying to convey the message. Is to slowly, creepingly move.
No, let it
Let
pass.
that pass.
Let
Let that pass.
I close. I just I pop. Basically, I basically like first time the dual shifter. I just like, use my half cover line.
Okay.
So one of my method answer.
You quietly sat there, but you can still hear the banging sound.
It doesn't move an inch.
It doesn't move.
Can I like which direction these came from? Like where out here in Syracuse place, like which direction they came from?
It came from towards to the west.
To the west, that side.
See the west.
So it's like it's good to always go.
Go to the complex.
Get your magnet back. Maybe you can try to use a magnet to break the. It's not inside.
Get my blanket.
Okay. You said you're back there.
So we all move silently back to the computer store.
Move silently check.
What about you?
Everyone just holding quiet and Eric sneak out from the sheriff department.
No, he said I haven't lived yet.
You know,
Hello?
Grab.
19.
Call grabs you by the shoulder.
Hi. Okay, hi. They grab Daniel, they go like,
Hi as
Try
well.
to retreat deeper into the station,
Okay.
away from the main street.
Okay.
Yeah. Because he's just west of us, it doesn't mean he's far. We close westward. So I don't know if we should
no,
know
sadly, 90,
So you're moving.
sadly.
But are you moving away
no, to them.
to the
Because I saw they call back, go back.
So what do you want to do?
Move suddenly back further in.
Move slightly back further in. I don't know what
You are looking for is there a back entrance?
Okay.
is the entrance facing westward?
Hmm?
The sheriff's station, the entrance is facing westward? Or
No, it's not facing westward.
okay.
11.
It's facing which direction?
East.
Ah, it's just behind the building in a way. The direction. That's
heroic.
13.
You're moving silently.
Yes.
So go where?
To go further back into the building.
Okay.
I guess there'll be the jail, I guess, if it's further in.
If you go further back in, you go through a doorway that leads into the sheriff's, the jail cells itself.
Look around, is there a way to a back entrance?
No back entrance at the jail cell, right?
Along the way, is there another corridor before we reach the jail?
Yeah, there is a back entrance.
We use bankers, look for bankers.
Move suddenly.
We're still using the same check, right? Or do you want to do?
What?
Are we using the same check? Or do you want
Same
to
track?
Same check.
Oh, same track. I guess we can. Still 11.
I think it's 16. So
Yeah, you're using the same check. You are checking
Follow
the back
down
entrance.
the new entrance, the new corridor.
Okay. So you head towards the corridor, and you can see the back entrance itself. The door is wide open.
Creeps up to it and try to look, peep out the.
You're not turning on your flashlight, right?
Nope.
So everything to you is quite dark. You can't really see anything.
Let's
No moonlight at all.
stay as still as possible and listening to any sounds, any noise.
Make a listen check.
wait, straight up? This one is amnesia.
26.
26.
Yep.
Strangely, as you stay immobile and not move and you listen,
Crouch down and very intense on listening.
you do hear something, but it's a bit distance away, maybe about 60, 70 feet away, just ahead of you. And you hear movement of sounds. 26, right?
Mm.
You can hear two sets of movement sounds, dragging something. And then after that, the dragging stops. A couple of them make grunting sounds, very faint grunting sounds. And something light being tossed and fallen into something deep that makes a lot of rattling sounds.
So it's like
Very familiar sounds like bones. Like something landed on bones.
Cracking it.
Then the movement
Okay.
moved away.
so there is a tossing sound and then there's a rattling sound.
Something tossed and fell onto this. When it lands, it makes a lot of this rattling sounds that like something landed on a lot of bones.
two of them join that thing in.
Yeah. So I raised my hand and said, just hold. About still waiting for the sound to move away.
They can't really see you.
You're still in the same corridor.
No, because you went into another direction and turned the area of the door.
Oh, you can follow me, okay.
No, you sorry.
Alright.
So
I'm just gonna maintain there. I'm just gonna maintain there, wait till the sound is gone.
You wait for several minutes, and you don't hear anything at all.
And creep back to the team. There were two noise outside, but they left.
Cause it's game.
As clear as I can tell.
So
Let's creep out from the back and to the grocery and then back to the church.
I open up my front. Same. We use the same.
Yeah, you use the same. Okay. You make your way through the back entrance. As you walk, since you're moving towards the back entrance, you're also near to where you originally heard the sound of those bones, right?
you tell us
And by the time you reach near, are you all using your flashlight?
yes.
Then you definitely see this. When you notice there's a pit behind a house, almost out of sight of the street itself. No, because you're using the back way.
When I see that,
Wait, hold on. From this distance, this pit looks to be filled with some kind of a pile.
I stop the team. I saw a team.
Just about 60 feet away. But you don't want to see any figures around.
But it's along the way that we must pass by.
You can see it in the distance at 60 feet, or you can continue your way and head towards to the farm market. But it's just ahead of you, or you can just
Okay, so
cross over.
we're at a junction there.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because you're at the back of the buildings.
so the pit is inside is the back, like someone's back alley.
Yeah.
Not back alley, just behind some residential
Oh,
house.
so there's a hole in the ground.
There's a pit.
It's a big hole behind someone's house.
Yes.
I hear something being tossed inside. Sound like six, a lot of sticks of bone.
I don't like the sound. Stay
You
close.
sure you want to see that?
I mean, stay about 10 feet behind me in case it's go over.
So what do you do?
So I'm gonna move like tell them to keep 10 feet behind me. So
Chris behind you, Eric.
let's say 10 feet behind me in case I go or whatever.
Keep the back.
The three of you with no firearms actually see something.
No, not up with the fire at the moment.
You head over closer to inspect this pit and notice this pit is just a few feet deep, but a dark pile perhaps about 10 feet across and 5 feet high fills a shallow pit. At first glance, it looks like a heap of tree roots and the knobby stumps of branches, hued green and gray from exposure to the dreary weather. But closer examination reveals it to be hard bones or pieces of bones and these broken bones. And the recent addition was left of the pastor.
So we saw ropes of the back.
They didn't see a pastor when I see it.
You don't see it because you're the one in front. The pastor, strangely, is left with very little amount of flesh.
Mostly I can see his face.
What's left of the face.
And I just quit back to the group. Pasta is. I do this hand side, pasta is.
Nice. Yeah, put ourselves down.
The church is not safe. The church is
So,
not safe.
Let's go to the grocery.
Okay.
Maybe that you are your hideout.
so you're making your way to the farmer's market.
Farmers market. Try to approach from the back lane also.
You're using the back lane, but you have to cross the street though. So the moment you cross the street and head to the opposite side, reaching to the other side, you head close to the farmer's market. By the time you reach near enough to see, something changed. The windows that were barred have been pried open. The glass has been smashed. You're not too sure when this happened.
You don't hear anything at all about it.
Probably during the time that you were sleeping.
First, strike the light inside to see if it's just fine.
Looking through inside, everything is a mess. It seems whoever is on the inside has done quite a severe number of damage to the produce, to the cans, smeared with a lot of dirt. Some of the cans were cracked open or peeled open.
So do you still want to scavenge for what left usable?
Yeah, because we don't know how long we get. We already had water, food.
So what do you want to do?
Search place for anything we could use.
Yeah, you gotta go in and search for
Walk, we step over the broken window and try to go.
yeah, maybe if it's still like window shelf, maybe use mark back and cover it so
Yeah.
Okay. You
Just the back.
lap over the broken windows with the towel that you have, and then you start to climb through the broken window. From inside, everything is a mess. Shelves have been toppled over.
guys, you guys search. Keep an eye out.
Search for water bottle or any cans of liquid.
Well, 1957 don't have modern bottle.
They have the glass bottle.
They have the glass bottle, but all of this glass bottles has been. Well, you have to roll for search.
Search for dry.
Search for water.
Search for biscuits and stuff, those dry food at least is still salvageable.
You can roll for search.
Let's keep an eye out.
I'll search as well. Net 20, 31.
You manage to find a can of peaches,
Grab it.
but you don't have a can open to open it.
I'll still grab it as well. 7. Anything else other than canned pickles?
No, you don't find anything else. What do you? 18. You did find a very old school, unbroken glass bottle of Coke, of milk. A glass bottle that you never seen, and probably have never seen since the day you bought it.
Including the can of peach I had never seen this before.
Oh, it's not even a brand that you recognize either.
You just say peach in the all inclusive words.
That
19 or something.
You shook it inside, there's something inside. Sloshing sounds, ranting with Swanson. That you have no idea. Picture of nice, real picture of peaches.
no, it's still salvageable, it's still something.
The date mark expiry was 1958.
Oh, that's actually 7.
For money.
We put the milk in the backpack.
I put the fish in my backpack.
You want to check it back?
The storeroom.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
We
Check the storeroom there.
huddle together there.
yeah, we have to check that.
You head to the storeroom. You head over to the storeroom and push over the doors. This is where most of the markets, produce and stock are placed. And there are bags of potato unopened. There are also bags of corn unopened. There are also bags of apples. There's boxes of canned food as well. And then you roll for listen check.
Thank you. Can't hear that. 1 plus 1.
What?
Don't hear anything. 1 plus 1.
19.
10.
21. Both of you look around and see that the storeroom itself is quite well stocked. You wonder to yourself, why is it that this place is not affected? Then you hear something broke coming towards to the left side of the corridor, where at the end of the corridor, one of the door, which is a freezer door, is open, and you can hear crunching sounds, bone crunching sounds.
Wait, that's inside the room. So more like
Inside the building.
I don't hear it. Something's moving.
Point in the direction of the sound.
Go down.
You move out
Back to where we came.
to where you are. Out of the building or stay in?
Out of the building. Just not out. Out of any. We go out.
We will go back to church.
I guess. Yeah, so that's it.
So you cross over the broken window. You take your towel back.
Yeah, because once the last one's out, I just put the towel.
You grab your towel.
Can we
And then shit,
we pass by where our car was?
Mm-hmm.
Is it still there?
Or you want to head towards to the car.
Yeah, is it still there? Is the car still there?
When you head over to your car, the hood has been torn open. The battery is missing. One of the car door is left on the sidewalk. And the inside of the vehicle itself has been torn to pieces. The chairs, the sofa chairs has been torn to pieces.
I look like, you know, inside car, is there anything that dropped on the ground?
Is my broken torch still there as well?
Just pieces of metal pieces. What?
Is my broken torch still there?
Left in shattered pieces, as if something stepped on it.
Can I check if the battery's still okay?
You don't see the battery.
I think that should just should be. Yes, okay, it's gone. You want to give the button notice to the palm
One it is already.
to see what they're up against.
No, this is a horror movie. You cannot escape until the devil is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will have to deal with whatever
I
it
mean,
is.
there's a track here. You either do or die. The food won't last one. What do you think?
Then we better go with a soup fresh, yes.
Yeah. Right? Let's do this then.
Okay, so we have to head north to the end of the street for the farm.
So yeah,
Yeah,
the bomb.
the one. Guys, we're hungry. I got a can of pictures.
Milk.
And it expires next year, 1958.
Milk for upcoming skeleton war.
You
I'm shaking my head.
making your way towards north by following the road.
This album will be greater than.
You see, as you walk along, you can see a lot more of the commercial building as you pass by. A rundown post office, the workshop that you previously mentioned. It's called the Moving Parts Use Machines, but surprisingly, the entrance is wide open. You also see some kind of a cafe. Looks long and back. You also pass along some really old-fashioned looking hair salon for ladies, where everything is pink and rosary looking, and they have these large machines to
Oh,
heat.
those are very old classic.
As you're making your way over, I want you all to make a listen check.
Oh, sorry.
15.
15.
Okay, good.
Meh. 4.
Oh,
Total 20.
the three of you have, the four of you have walked quite a little bit distance, but the three of you can hear from a far distance towards to the west, the same banging sound comes along again, hammering onto the pipes. It hammers for about a few minutes before it stops.
Which direction you can
West.
West.
Still
The same direction that you previously heard.
Wait, just
On
stays
the
there.
west. We're going to the north.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know that.
No, just falling out. I found reporting in the sheriff office that
Also, you haven't even fully read that file that you took.
yeah, I already have a few key points.
You only read like a few pages.
The report.
I'll use the light. And then we broke
No,
up.
no, we're not. I'm not the up the date. A report that all this started after the farmer, Robert Peterson, bought a new farm machine. After a week, they all got missing. Farm machine? So the banging sound. I don't know. Possessed, harvester, or some shit.
Flying up the corn.
Those are cultists, man.
Are you thinking the warning machine or something?
Maybe like Stephen King's car, but a combine harvester.
Oh shit. Man, this kind of reminds me of this SCP shit.
You walk along this road. There are two things that caught your attention. By the edge of the town itself, there is one residential building found on the left side. Where the roof itself is, one section of the roof itself is sloped. It slopes towards the end. It looks like a residential building. But towards to your right, about 80 feet away, there is a dilapidated barn leans askew, glistening with rain and smelling of rotten straw at the distance that you're standing. And the barn's, on the side of the barn itself, the door stands open.
So it's a bump in your thing.
This is the one.
Or it's the barn at end of the town, north end of the town.
Yeah,
So just go in and check it out.
Yeah, and let's see. Well, what's comes after this then?
Something else you suggest that we should do about
If he
Banging Manazon is far
Far
away.
if it's something can kill, then we try to kill it. If it's something that's not killable,
Yeah. So I just point and pull, right?
Yes.
It's quite
Just
important.
aim down carefully and shoot.
I feel like there's not much strike to this.
Or if you are not confident, just use the stock to bash with the shells.
Yeah.
Something about what the report read concerns me. I don't know. Just feel like if there's nothing here, we should go check out and go hang the sound.
Well, this is the place where all the monster dragon people do.
Families disappear.
So does the mathematic sound.
If it's a person banging it, why is he safe? If it's not a person,
Just check this place first. One way of dying at a time.
So you want to inspect the barn.
Yes.
So you head towards to the barn.
So it's an open space room all the way up to the barn there.
Yes.
No place to hide.
No place to hide.
So
There's a-
just walk up there.
There's one singular barn on a dying field crop, and as you get closer, you can smell a rotten smell in the air. Just lingers in the air.
This is a
Rotten food or rotten meat?
Meat.
Shit. I think we have. I think this is what we're thinking.
As you get towards to the barn, you're standing in front of the barn's wide open entrance where it's dark inside.
Who's the right truth? Right, that's true.
All you can see is trails of dried blood that leak inside.
There's no sound. It's no.
As you head in there to the entrance, the smell of obvious rot is too strong. And as you shine your light inside, the center of this ancient structure of this barn, it looks very old. It's dominated by a large picnic table that has been put to grisly use. The surface is coated with dried blood and bits of rotten flesh. The floor around it has similar covering. Cleavers, saws, smeared in dried gore lie scattered about. One wall is lined with heavy iron shackles, where I think it's like this.
Stanley.
I think the tower. I think the tower there.
I was thinking about like the banging. If this is the kill zone, why not all the banging is here to swing at your
No, I think metal banking is maybe trying to,
Hi.
I'm thinking is that, you know those kind of fish that is light,
yeah.
they lure the prey and just get them.
Yeah, that sounds like
Hello.
that sounds like made sense. It's on the barn.
No, because you have to go out and hunt.
Now this is the middle like trying to draw attention. Like,
Because we came to the barn, there is rotten piece of meat. No bone here. No bones here, right?
No bones here.
Yeah. So maybe the banging sound is a machine that process the meat and then bring the meat here. And then the bone is done the pit.
There were two shackles left hanging on the side of the wall. Opposite of those shackles, there's a large farm machine of some sort sits silently in the dark.
Not farm machine.
I
I use a tower to try to cover this.
I want the four of you to make a spot check.
Net one, I don't say anything.
Okay.
Do I'm rules by the goose. 9.
25.
How much?
11.
That's your farming machine. I read the report.
That's a farm machine.
This was C, we all see.
How much you roll?
9.
How much?
I roll 11.
Okay. Go on. You read the report and you're keeping a close eye on that farm machine. Seems some sort of wood chipper machine.
Oh fuck, I know it.
The problem is the wood chipper machine is not the thing that caught your attention. something in the shadows is lurking, hiding, and immediately they leap down. You do not get caught by the initiative time surprise round, but the rest of them are caught surprised.
Shit. Oh shit. Oh.
Screwed up.
Right guys, time to rumble.
I'm not gonna shoot until we really necessarily need to. Alright?
It's motherfucking boomstick time!
Well, thank everyone. This feels like Gladiator, the one we need to we all need to power together.
American Gladiator.
We're gonna make a barn and then this shit ambush us and really Gladiators. They're awesome.
I'm not sure how you want to position your characters, so I'm just going to put it here.
You draw the thing and then you see where we were. This is the whole part. The table. I think we are. I assume we need a table.
Tables here.
Loading the toilet.
And close, keeping close eye on the farm machine. So it maybe.
There's the shackle.
The stick is my gun. Oh shit.
And get the proper miniatures.
Yeah, what's sneaky breathing? The pepper also right.
Sneaky Beaky. Now it's boomstick time.
Then start shooting. Yeah, attract the attention of the whole. And then I'll do the very classic horror movie. When you almost die, I'll open the radio. I'll be like, if anyone listening to this, turn away from the backlog village. Don't ever come to the backlog village, no matter what happens. Then credit.
On the mobile phone, it's time for music.
Thankfully.
So, what's your initiative, Paul?
Oh. Okay.
I will roll.
8. Oh shit.
No, I didn't roll. So.
What's yours, Eric?
20.
Okay.
Same.
Oh, nice. Which one has the highest deck?
3. Go again.
D20, right?
Yeah. Let's go. I rolled 2, so I'm first.
Okay.
I got 7.
Shit. The strong character. Those the slowest.
Watch me run.
What you run?
You run and you die.
Yeah.
That's usually what happens. This guy dies. No shit, holy earth.
They'll love ourselves to death.
How much AC do you have? 20. Do you guys have armor?
I have a.
What if you guys have armor in a vacation?
No, I'm waiting for the convention, like that's like
Oh, yeah.
I'm going like a pumpkin.
Okay.
So I have armor, so I'm still wearing the armor now. Hey guys, I'm cosplaying in 1957. I'm costume playing.
You might be only on your 50 AC.
Oh, what?
Paul is 60.
67.
what is your memory of? Love and noble with the Soviet Union defending from against the demon.
Oh yeah. What we're lacking is like mortars, cattle guns.
But since all of you did notice these creatures hiding in the shadows, you can warn the others if you want to.
I will scream out. I will scream out, that's not the war cry. This bomb sticks are here, come! Like, oh!
Okay.
So, Eric, how the first to act?
So I shine my light over there. What do I see on this? Like what kind of thing? What does it look like?
What is this?
Cable, line cable. There's a machine. I think it's a machine.
That's the cheaper.
Good cheaper.
You confront this shadowy figure that's creeping up behind you, and you see it reveals to be, your flashlight reveals the creature to be a grotesque-looking humanoid creature with decaying body, sharp claws and fangs, and it looks like a zombie, but it has a gleam of intelligence in its eyes.
The eye is like, is it a white or just having like in
More like
The eyes.
the eyes of a glowing yellow eyes.
Oh, glory
fucking fire? Fire at the closest one.
Okay.
So plus 7 to shoot. 7.
Tactical retreat, guys.
Yeah, there's just jump skill.
How much do you roll?
I rolled 10. Total of 10.
Oh damn. If you want to use action or you can, you have
How much do I require?
you need 4.
At least 4.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Roll a damage.
2d6. No point. Wait. No point blank. So
You're using what file?
19 level.
Okay.
So I have 7 shot left.
Damage.
7.
Total 7 damage. You panicking, in your panic, you fire a shot and hit the creature right onto the chest itself, causing severe damage to it. And the creature just shrieks in pain.
I start moving 20 feet, 25 feet movement because I'm wearing armor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Okay. Daniel,
Over here, you scumbag!
you can hear the gunshot ring out in the bar itself as Eric scream out to try to lure these creatures to him.
It's a standard action to do cracking door for these guys, right?
Yeah, no, that's a free action.
No, I'll do that. When he shine the light, I'm trying to look at what the fuck it is. Net 20.
Oh, nice.
Net 20 plus another 27.
Yeah. Is that whole movie that turn around jump scare you?
Oh fuck!
God. It's really good though. Oh, how much is
Or them zombie fix out. Snapchatting that game.
not too much. We have like classic, something
Evil dead.
or the George Rambo.
Dead.
Whatever these creatures are, to your years of looking at X, constant shit posting and reading other people's conspiracy theory tales.
Or the
You remember one shit poster mentioned about such horrific creature that lurks in the dark,
4chan story.
cannibalistic creatures that feast on the human flesh. And these creatures, they attack by claws, they bite. But the worst part is, their claws and bites can induce paralysis.
Oh fuck. Wait, so I didn't get paralysis the
That's
first
why you're tripped.
R/D&D.
These creatures can induce paralysis for minutes.
So you feel the 40 feet jump down.
But the worst part is, if you get killed by these creatures, you also don't want to feel. Yes, because one of them is wearing a badge.
Let me share it, please.
It's not the sheriff. Do I see the gleam of the flashlight light on me?
As you yell onto him, you can see the badge shine, this rusted badge shine on his skin. But the worst part is, the creature sees that you're carrying his fire,
Yeah, the revolver.
and he shrieks in anger.
Shit.
What do you want to do?
Wait.
Scream at me! Not sure I want to scream, I want to laugh at this. What's my movement,
30 feet.
30 feet, right?
You have a shotgun, you can try to shoot.
I will try and shoot, but I will move it.
Don't forget, you have action point. You want to do it, you can do it.
Okay.
In this situation, you better do or die. Better use it.
You already used 2, so you have 6.
Yep.
Are you park right beside Eric? I will mark this guy for dodge.
Okay.
While I'm moving, I yell up to everyone. I know this fucks! Stay away from their claws and bites! It paralyzes you!
I read it from X.
I'm ready for fucking X, man!
Is this like R/D&D? Holy shit, it's real!
Then I use my shotgun and shoot
You
the same
realize
one.
Daniel has lost his mind.
Man, it was the story you tell Stanley about.
Shoot this guy.
Roll to attack.
At least 14.
Bloody hell, no, it's 7.
Total 7.
Total 7.
Even if you use an action point,
No.
it's not enough. You panic. In your panic, you shriek out that you know these creatures.
Yeah, this fucks!
You have to stay away from the claws and bites. They will paralyze you, and that you read it from X and you blindly pull the trigger and fire, and you see the pellet just whiz past as the creature just ducks down from your shot.
Jesus, my ear!
And this creature shriek,
Yeah.
aiming for you because you have his property in charge attack.
Woo! +2.
And this creature goes for you as you're the closest. And one goes for a paw, and the other one goes for the shrieking Daniel.
Oh, fuck.
Super Smash Bros!
Simple catch brothers. What's your AC? What's your defense?
Defense 21.
31. The creature tried to claw you. Thank fuck you have that duty vest on you as it claw onto your chest. You scoff the idea that everyone laugh at you for being paranoid. Who's paranoid now? Who's paranoid now?
Fucking preppers!
Who's paranoid now, motherfuckers? This creature goes after Mark. Mark,
20.
for some reason, all that badminton practice that you did made you more agile. As this one just charges to your right, and you manage to duck down as the claw just whiz past your head as you manage to duck down.
Uppercut!
You were so focused on the farm machine that you noticed the four of these creatures attacking, slowly looking out in the darkness as you scream out to the group that it's time for fucking boom stick time.
Here it comes!
This one comes over to you. You have an AC of 16. 16. I passed. As this creature lunges towards you and strike a claw to strike out to you. Yes, 42 save, please. You better roll high. 13. Not enough. You need one more point.
Action point.
Action point. I want to go back home.
Yes, number one.
You burn one action point as you do not want to get hit by these creatures and get paralyzed. In your raging greed, you shrug it off. You took 3 damage from the claw itself. As you're screaming in panic, the one from behind you cannot make a charge attack because the table is actually blocked away. Moves close to you and tries to strike you from the back. Your back that recently healed too. What's your AC? What's your defense? 15.
Yes.
I rolled high and I managed to hit you. Roll for 40 to save because you really need this. You take 2. No, you take 1 claw damage.
What time?
Ooh.
No. So, yeah, see you guys, man.
What's that?
It's a 4 plus 1, 4 plus 2, 6.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
Fuck the no, it's not even good. Not even make it, man.
Why do you want inside?
Call can actually administer some. If you did bring your medical kit with you,
This is the backpack.
you can administer that. You
I'll
can
get through him first.
Yeah. Otherwise, Daniel is paralyzed for 7 minutes.
Oh,
It's like forever.
forever.
This is forever.
Some sense.
AFK.
Yeah, out cold one. Yeah,
Is that called the Kai when you get hit by that poison arrow?
Yeah,
See the whole sky keep going.
see you guys.
Paul, it's your turn.
You're sandwiched between two
The
monster and a table.
One is after me.
This one is attacking Aaron. This one is the one attacking
Yeah,
Aaron. You can actually get to here.
And then get free, get attacked by that monster.
You get attack opportunity from this one if you move here, and then get another attack opportunity from here. Unless you move
On the table.
here,
Jump on the
the table, and then grab the monster's lucky.
Oh, I assume that he's falling down.
No, he's paralyzed standing.
Oh, well.
I read the table because it was like half covered or some shit. I don't know.
No, it's like,
Because you would need Daniel's help no matter what.
no. You gotta run off. This is Eric, right?
No, this is me. I'm
Oh,
here.
okay.
I'm basically trying to draw them away from you guys.
No, if I run off, then they're on their own until I bring back Daniel.
I'll try to deal with 2.
I think these two can handle themselves, especially you. You have high defense. Unless I roll high.
Yeah.
Let's go high.
Really like DK.
Combat time. It should be
Oh my god, he's so fucking tense.
You declare the wrong dodge. You declare the wrong dodge.
I thought I could like maybe drag the guy's attention to
But
the
you-
shooting
you-
and
No,
if I
the one
miss-
I already hinted quite obvious that
Yeah.
that one is going after.
But you ran inside there, you're like, come and eat me inside here.
If I administer 3 injuries, 1 round, right?
Yep.
1 full round.
Yep.
So
So
you need to
move
move up.
there and then wait 1 round. Move there.
No,
Move
no,
and jump on table.
You hit yourself getting paralyzed also.
Yeah.
2 people paralyzed on there, oh my god.
No, not 1 full round, but you can still use your standard action to administer your 3 injury onto it. What do you want to do? You can move, jump on the table, and then administer it.
Run past the guy in front of me. Run! Paralyzed.
Shit.
GG.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I can fight away from you also.
Can you maybe retreat or whatever?
Full retreat is a full round. Retreat is a full round.
Yes.
Or if I retreat, I can skip to an A top. I can, if I retreat up to the table, I skip to A top. Then I wait the next round to revive.
Get high advantage. High ground.
Defense 16.
My phone is fucking low because I smoke.
That's what you get.
What you get?
And then if you survive, oh, I'm not gonna smoke after this.
What you gotta do?
And a quick smoking when he survived it.
I quit.
1 foot, focus fire with Mark. take down one of these guys together first.
But the problem is that if you're shooting the one that's attacking Mark, you get also -4 penalty. Because you don't have precise shot, you have a total -8.
-4.
And whether you should
-8 because you don't have the training.
and whether you
No,
should
because I have my base and then my dex.
and whether you should the one that the fight total minus we deal with the one impossible. I don't know. Roll plus minus. So I already have to deal with the guy that just strike me.
If I use a range attack in a melee, you get a free hit.
Yeah, true as well.
But you can 5 feet away and shoot.
Yeah, okay, 5
Yeah,
feet.
you should.
So like, yeah, 5 feet. And then shoot this guy.
Okay.
So it's 0.
You know everything is going on. Well, at least whatever you can see in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh, 15. Total 15.
Total 15.
Yes, you hit the creature.
Just instead of these.
That'll be. They don't,
2d8.
they don't have a lot of hit points.
Oh, almost there.
14. You blow his head off.
Yes!
Bullshit time!
Yes!
So next time I must shoot this guy.
You move 5 feet away. And then you
Don't
immediately
touch my boomstick!
and blew that creature's
Say
head off.
hello to my little friend. This is my boots.
You manage to take out one. Mark, one creature has gone down. His head has been blown off. But Daniel, however, has been paralyzed, unmoving. Well, else, Eric has been surrounded by these two creatures. You have one next to you.
Activate your Chong power!
I'm dealing with the one in front of me first.
Your what?
Masterwork. I'm dealing with the guy in front of me.
okay.
They wanted to call me the nearest one. Masterwork, brass knuckles, uppercut. 18?
18 definitely hits.
1d6 plus 6.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
7.
Total 7 damage.
7, yes.
0 1.
Oh man. You strike a punch using your brass knuckle, hitting under the creature's chin and breaking its jaw. You can hear the sound of bone crunching sound coming from that uppercut. The creature is quite damaged because it has a loose jaw at this point, but it still has the claws. New round, Eric.
I see Daniel getting strike outside. I was like, shut Daniel! I take a step back.
and Daniel can only respond to you but with his eyes.
and then I look at the one attacking Daniel and I aim for his head.
All he can do is sweat and look around.
I aim shot for his
It's
head.
like you're having constipated.
You have precise shot? Oh no, he's not in. No, wrong engage. You're aiming for this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it's like constipated. They wouldn't.
If your call shot is a -4,
Yeah, yeah. So it's total plus 3.
You sure? Okay, go ahead.
That will be a roll for AP. I need 2 more points.
Okay, go ahead. You're burning a lot.
5.
Yeah.
Nice.
So 2d6. Total of 5 damage.
Total of 5 damage. You move back away from Daniel and you fire a shot on this creature's head. The creature took quite a considerable amount of damage as the bullet just hit through the skull, and it doesn't the bullet doesn't even burst through from the other side. Somehow the bullet just gets stuck inside its brain as it scatters around, causing the creature itself to seem to go into a sort of a daze. Total of 7 damage, right?
Like a disorient kind of.
And previously you also did 7 damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're looking for a answer?
Yes. Okay, against someone. Oh.
Maybe you should put a big
Yeah. So one more Asian point ground.
Asian point.
Asian
Point to Ching Chong.
Asian ability.
I'm trying to think. If I continue this campaign, should I call it the Asian campaign?
Yeah, the Asian campaign.
The Asian campaign.
The Lost Malaysian.
The Asians in America.
No, it's called the boys.
The boys.
The Malaysian 370 operation.
Oh no.
370.
Oh, no.
What's that mean? What's that even mean?
Huh? The missing pair.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Yeah, we're the 370 now.
Fuck.
Right now you cannot do anything because you're paralyzed. And you look around, you see this creature right in front of you. You're sweating your bullets off, but you can hear a gunshot just ring your side of your left ear, and it hits something from your back. You have no idea what's going on. All you can see is the
You can see Eric just
and this dude just move in towards your Eric because he's the most dangerous threat, and decided, well, he's paralyzed, so he's not going to bother. So this dude tried to attack you. Full attack. They have 2 claws each. So a total of 4 claws. Your defense is how much? 21. You having that duty vest is gonna save you because the first claw strike on you and that vest just well, not deflect, it's basically scratching the vest itself.
Sparks everywhere.
the
The second one also, the second claw trying to strike on you. You just keep on dodging and weaving, and you're getting caught, but your vest is protecting you. Who's paranoid now?
It's like wearing a tall armor with a 6 breastplate, with a 6 plate.
21, right?
Yeah.
Even I rolled a 17, I still can't hit him. He was like nearly hitting you right in the face as you zip by. Oh shit!
You're like the Hawkwood where the guy have to wear double armor to go and.
And the other one tried to call, and the other tall hand just tried to reach you, but you managed to jump about 2 feet away to try to avoid one. But the first one nearly hitting you. Just 1 point shot for hitting you.
Good thing I saw fights this for him to dodge.
This one do a full attack on you. What's your defense?
20.
No way of hitting you as you dodge and weave.
Badminton time!
All that badminton session.
Now I got kicked out how to play badminton.
No matter what, he cannot match your speed. All that hours of playing badminton on every week, like 2 to 3 times a session a week, it's like there's no way in hell, no way that either one of the claw would hit you. Somehow you can hit it.
Bloody hell.
Somehow you get smoked, man.
Smokes. Maybe so I'm gonna light another cigarette.
Paul, your turn.
Running stuff, jump on the table.
Make a jump check.
Here comes the chunk boy.
So boys are in town!
The Asians.
Jump off the table, kick off all the plate down.
13. You made it as you jump. You see Paul. Paul is not a well-built athlete body. And you see this You see this man in his 40 jump on the table for a goal and then just scream out, "Here comes the chunk boys!"
Knocking off the plate and such. Is that a cat?
Let's show them Asian power!
Setting bullets.
And then standard action, apply treat injury on Daniel. Here comes the chunk boy! Stop fucking smelling salt.
Roll for 3 injury.
Whatever those chemical
Wow.
Or a shot of Andrin or some shit just to get your home with paradise.
Yeah.
Your secrets is gonna kill you. Wow, nice. Whatever it is, you just took out a dragon shot and then just stab it right into Daniel's chest, pumping into his heart. Whatever is going into your blood system right now, you can feel a sense of movement on your fingers. Eventually, it took a while, but eventually you managed to able to make movement. But of course, you can also feel intense pain. You took 1 damage because there's a giant fucking syringe needle just stabbed into your heart.
Like when you're getting hacked.
At first, you're feeling energized and there's a lot of adrenaline rushing to you. Then, about 1 second later, you can feel intense pain on your chest and you start screaming.
You're powered up, get in there.
Wow, get in there.
For my martial artist, am I able to do like a full on attack rather than
You not until you reach to level 6 or you have 2 weapon fighting, but you can only do 1 attack at a time.
Oh. So does my living weapon applies to my does my living weapon applies to my damage my blast metal at speed also.
I already calculated for you.
So it's
These-
so
these
1d6 plus 6 only.
Yeah, that's the total.
Yeah.
Because your press could use one damage.
When I continue to punch.
If you had just taken Eric's machete, you probably would do bouncy.
Yeah, about 15.
15 hits.
1d6 plus 6.
Maximum 6. 12.
Total 12.
Yeah.
You punch the creature's head by doing a wide swing of a haymaker. Punch it so hard that you broke the creature's neck as the head just flew off his body.
I shout loudly like, so you can like those game.
You have a move action though.
Then I'm like,
You see that Nano has a syringe needle stuck onto his chest as he's screaming in pain, and Eric is screaming as he dodges left and right from the two creatures that attack him.
but jump is the action point too. If I move up the table together with, can I jump? Can I jump into the table together with Paul?
Yeah, you can. There's space. There's space. You make a jump check.
No, I think I don't do that necessarily.
What do you want to do?
I'll come by next to the table and stand by right to this guy.
You won't be able to reach the creature though.
No, if I go near him, I invoke attack for change.
No.
Then
If you remove
then
it, no.
then I go near him like it's covering time.
As you're busy trying to dodge and weave and shoot, you can see that Cole managed to revive Daniel from being paralyzed, and then Mark himself managed to dispatch one of the creature as he moved toward the creature from behind him. Eric, your turn.
I move back 5 feet and I shoot this one.
Okay.
Pull. And I miss.
How much?
2 plus 7.
Action point will not save.
Yeah.
You fire in panic mode as you ring. You wait. 2 plus 7.
Yeah.
9. You fire a shot towards the one that's chasing after you. That bullet almost whizzed past and hit Mark as he's behind the creature.
Mark, dude.
That is your turn. If you pull out your gun, you get 2 attack opportunities.
I think you're holding a gun, right?
Can I?
Oh yeah,
fight-
you're holding your gun.
Can I 5 feet on the table?
You're a card with a blind.
You have to make a climb check. But you can't. It's not really a 5 feet because you're climbing on the table.
Can I 5 feet here?
Can you like climb under the
No,
table?
because the table is locked.
Right.
Can
Anyway.
you like crawl under the table?
It still will attract opportunity.
Full retreat, I think.
Or you can hold action.
Full action.
Uh,
Or you can move 5 feet.
I'm going to ready action.
Mhm.
If this one moves closer, I will shoot this one.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Well, they have to move closer.
I will also mark dodge on this just in case.
So you have your ready action ready.
Yeah. Oh, they did. Ooh. Nice. 12. Plus.
Total
I
12.
need to roll use
Action.
Action. Asian point.
Asian part.
Use
Your Asian part.
Asian point.
Oh, campaign. The Asian campaign.
Let's go. 10.
What's
Yes.
that total?
6.
Then you get.
Yes, activate your Ken Armament.
I'm going to
Which is I'm surprised though, because then they only have a plus what? Plus 0 to hit?
0.
Yeah.
I also have plus 0 hit.
Yeah, plus 0 to hit, and then you manage to kill something.
One shot too, man.
Is that
Shotgun is 2d8.
Yeah,
Yes.
2D.
you roll double 8?
There's a shotgun that does 2d12.
Isn't that like small or something?
But no, it's not a shotgun. It's a really big shotgun that also deals like d6 non-lethal damage on you.
4.
Motherfucking Harrison gun.
Yeah.
10 total damage.
10. Hitting this one, right?
Yes.
This one always talk turn damage on you. 6 plus 7.
You blow off that creature's head.
Yes! You son of a bitch!
I play to win because
I play to
because
win,
you don't get a -4 penalty because they haven't engaged yet. So this creature whose head got blown off the moment you reach it next to that
Yeah, bitch!
But however, this one right in front of you try to swing the claw at you.
I'm back to war
Oh,
now.
this time I hit you.
Oh shit! I'm back to war. I cannot dodge anymore.
But the second claw did not hit you. The first claw hit you.
I'm back to war. I cannot dodge anymore. Get hit in the back and then got hit.
You took 3 damage from the claw. From 4 did you save?
What do you say? I'll roll that first. What you hit is 5.
Oh, God.
I roll a 7.
Total 7?
Yes.
If you
14 to pass.
you need 7. Oh,
Yeah, I need 7.
yeah, you need 7. You watch Eric froze in paralysis.
Something on Eric!
You took 3 damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Claw is your turn. You can stay you can stay here to avoid this creature's attack to use your treat injury.
But it's engaged.
No. As long as you're not near to the group.
Oh, okay. Jump off the table. Here.
Make a jump check first.
Just hop down the table.
No problem. Make your treat injury.
Yes. Jump on the table. Pull out shooting.
You take 1 damage from that.
Oh shit!
You trapped.
Okay. Injury.
Oh shit!
Eric,
Super treat deep.
as you get clawed by the creature, you immediately froze in paralysis. Next thing you know, claw comes over, jumps up, down, just rush over, pulls out a syringe and just
Bite off the
bite
cap.
off the cap, spit it, and stab you in the chest, taking 1 damage as you can feel the pain yourself. Slap, slap. Mark, it's your turn.
My foot in. Hello, sir.
Sucker punch.
Net 20.
Roll for critical.
Check for crit. You cannot crit these creatures.
Oh,
Yeah,
did the. Okay, my hit lah. for
Yes,
sure.
you can.
7.
Total 7.
Go down, boy.
You managed to break the creature's the back of the head itself to the point that the skull cracked open and your fist just directly plunged into the back of the skull, into his brain and destroying what's left of his brain. As you pull out, what's left is mush as the creature just dazed for a while and then slumps on the ground.
These little Chinese movies.
Oh,
punch into the head.
Yes. It's needing to do like Stephen Chow movie. Punch explode the back of the head and then two finger poke out the eye.
I can do that.
It feels like that
Ew.
really dank.
Their head are all squishy.
Ricky.
Yeah, the Ricky movie.
Yeah, Ricky O. Fucking Ricky O.
It's all mushy and mushy. Ew. I like wipe my head off.
Shape eyeball come out.
So he's dead or he's still.
It's already dead.
Yeah.
Ew. I'm like, ew. I take my hand and wipe the shit. It's just ew.
Fuck, that was a close call.
Wow, wow. Survived that.
Holy shit, we did it, boys.
Let's get out here, guys.
Yeah, that thing.
Wait a minute.
You mentioned about the machine, right? Is it that one?
That's the machine, right? The
Yeah.
farming machine.
When ensuring chaos in fighting for your lives, suddenly this large farm machine of a wood chipper begins to
Yeah.
roar its engines to life as it extends the levers and rails. It's as if they're limbs and lunges towards Mark.
Oh boy!
No.
The true battle begins.
No. We still 2 shots this
or
bullshit.
same
Same initiative.
No, nice to meet you guys.
This machine comes
Okay.
and it just glows in red.
It's not legit, man.
Move. You better fight for your lives. This thing is hot.
I've only got 3
Yes,
shots
it's been on
left,
that
man.
I'm the sacrificial lamb, guys. Do something.
The first claw reach over to you.
Hit and then grab. And then pull you in.
I do this before I die. This is gonna be my
Its limbs extend 10 feet to try to reach over you. His first claw just slammed onto the ground. He managed to roll one side as it just slams on the ground. But the second claw comes in. I hit you.
Oh shit.
Post grab.
First things first is the damage.
Okay, damage first.
Big move.
No, small move.
Oh my
No,
god.
it's a big move.
You have about 30 plus hit points.
32.
Right? What's your constitution score?
Constitution is total constitution 15.
15, okay. Don't forget, there's
Yeah,
massive damage threshold. If I hit that, you have to roll for the new save, otherwise you roll
Don't forget about Doris bro.
Oh!
This guy doesn't set the constitution stat.
I forgot!
You take 11 damage as that claw sinks into you.
It hurts!
Opposed grapple,
I forgot the damage.
Opposed weapon is strength, right?
Strength, yeah.
strength plus your base attack.
Oh, fuck. 11.
Total 11.
If I roll, it's actually
But
gonna save me.
depend on
You can beat 20.
No.
You watch Mark scream in terror as he's being pulled, and the wood chipper starts to grind. Guys!
No.
Avenge me!
Oh boy.
Is that gonna happen?
PTSD time.
No.
That's what I love about this.
No.
You watch Mark scream in terror as he managed to avoid the first claw attack, but the second claw managed to hit him, tearing his flesh apart, and the machine claw just grabbed onto him and pulled him into the grinder. You watch Mark scream in terror as the grinder starts to, well, tear his flesh apart. With another attack. You use both of your legs and just stop the fucking thing from screaming. You scream in fucking terror as you put both of your legs in the corner of the grinders, away from the grinder itself, as the grinders is just right in between the legs.
Guys, do something! It's some king shit! Shit.
New round, Eric. You watch in horror as Mark is being grabbed, is being pulled into the grinder. James got hit by this. I remember the story.
Back away, save Mark! 1, 2 step, and then I shoot at this thing.
Okay, roll to attack.
11 plus 7, 18.
18. Definitely hit. It's quite a big machine.
Just destroy this machine before it destroys me.
6 damage.
6 damage.
Let's see. 4 round left.
Your bullet ricochet off his body.
Not high, not high enough damage.
No, damage reduction.
Yeah.
Shit,
So there's no dent or anything. No
Not
dent.
even that at all.
Shut the mouth!
Daniel, it's your turn.
Can I use arcane law on this?
Yeah, you can.
What did the internet say?
What does X say?
What does 4
Naturally again!
Wow!
Beam not status. Naturally bullshit, man.
Plus what? Plus how many? 26?
27.
Okay,
And then we get to know his weakness or something from the information.
27.
You're not sure what sort of machine is this, but you recall there were a few shit posters in X arguing back and forth whether this machine was involved well, it's basically there's evidence of a crime that happened long time ago.
Serial killer used to dispose some dead body.
There was a botched kidnapping that ended in a triple murder.
Oh,
And
man.
before his death at the hands of local law enforcement officers, and that was like many years ago. This is during the era of the prohibition time.
Huh.
You know, during the 1940s.
Yeah. Okay.
And one of the kidnappers attempted to conceal the crime by destroying the bodies. For this grisly task, he employed a large chipper shredder,
Oh.
a vicious machine normally used to destroy heavy brush and branches. But though the crime was relatively mundane, the after effects were not. There were a lot of ship posters in X were speculating that the machine used to dispose bodies possessed by an evil spirit. Some ship posters said some of the victims of the spirit that possessed it. Other ship posters said that a demonic spirit had possessed it.
I wouldn't know.
But from what you know, this creature has quite a bit of abilities.
What I know.
One of them is able to strike off most damage unless you do a lot of damage onto it.
I think they're bigger than that.
It can grab people if it gets near enough.
We just have to move on.
And it's very intelligent.
Huh.
It can also induce charm.
Wow.
I'm beautiful, feed me.
Get evil belly. Oh shit.
Like the ATM machine, feed me the cat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, make me the cat.
No.
The power combo.
What do you want to do?
Reach the hole.
Fuck.
Fire body.
Can we talk about this?
If I
It wants to eat you, there's no talking.
What the 10 pages there?
It wants to eat you. It already grabs you, it wants to eat you.
can I reach Mark at all?
You. Well, Mark is actually here.
Oh, fuck. If I actually move 5 feet close to Mark, can I grab him and help him in escaping the thing?
You will be attacked.
Still have another hand.
Ah, yeah.
Holy.
This feels like Outlast 2, the part that they drill this.
Yes. It's getting closer.
Oh my
God
god.
damn it, what do I do? Do I shoot it? Fuck. Do I know how many reach does it have? 10 feet?
It reached Mark 10 feet away.
Okay. If I shoot it, do I have a chance of hitting Mark without point blank?
Probably.
Just engage.
Yeah.
You can try to shoot.
Or shoot Mark to spare the pain.
What is this for you, Mark?
I'm sorry. It's for your own good.
Guys,
I know your head turned.
Guys, beat the machine, beat the ghost you just killed, maybe.
It doesn't want to eat dead things.
Yeah, force it in. Let it in, the stupid stuff.
throw it in.
They throw it.
What do you want to
They
do?
fucked up his machine.
I'm just going to move. Can I lift the table, prop it up as like a barrier?
You can.
I'm gonna standard action, right, to prop it up.
Yep.
I'll do that. So I'll prop it up to face this way.
Here.
Oh, nice.
Oh, still better now. There we go.
We haven't used the table for a long time.
Yeah, there we go.
What are you doing the table?
With my
You watch Daniel just immediately flip the table on one side. What are you doing?
something. With my move action, if pushing the table is standard move,
Stand.
I will just. This table is
You already started.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I will just 5 feet in behind the table. And I'll tell everyone, it's a fucking demonic Chip monster. It can charm you.
No!
No!
It
You
can.
respond on your turn by saying duh.
I'm like, of course it is!
It can charm you. Beware.
Feeling dead things.
Toss it into toss it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can 20 feet.
You cannot feed it because Mark is in the way.
Yeah.
Mark is blocking.
Can you at least throw something into the thing?
You can't because he's blocking.
He's at the nozzle.
Yeah, I have to like
He's very
pick up
close to
His
the
legs are just
Yeah.
like.
pick up the thing, stop the goo between Mark's leg, eat.
But it has the other hand to attack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, you have to do it fast.
Unless we do it, two people do it together.
So delay action to Eric.
You
And
tell me, or what's the
Yeah.
plan? You do
one of us have to distract it, and then we'll stuff it with
What I can
things
do,
to make the gear stop.
what I can do is I'm gonna push the table in and try to like distract it.
No,
Maybe you guys can jump
yeah.
in and shoot it.
Because I was thinking, should I gamble the shotgun? It's full of 4 bullets, go in, hopefully it explodes inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like shark.
You can try
It's
that.
like fucking like fighting the jaws.
Oh.
Yeah, eat that fucking gas
Tell
tank.
what's your plan?
Yeah, I delayed to Eric, and I told him my plan. Both of us one of us to distract him, and then both of us get close to it, and I'll stuff that corpse inside.
Okay. Mark, it's your turn.
Well, I'm gonna say something before I do anything.
He's not gonna listen to reason.
No, I'm not gonna talk to you, I'm gonna talk to the guys. That like, I'm trying to prepare this moment.
No, do not waste time. You only have 6 seconds. You don't prepare a
Okay,
speech
so
here.
during this part here, I'm supposed to oppose grapple, right?
If you want to break free, then it's a standard action to oppose grapple.
Standard action to oppose grapple.
Mhm.
And plus strength. What else do I add in?
Your strength and base attack bonus.
Base attack for base attack 17. I use action point.
Okay.
And gonna use it now. 19.
19.
You managed to break free from that clutches of the claw itself, but you land in front of the of this demonic shredder, and it's still grinding right in front of you. That's about a few inches away from your face.
Can I use the movement to move like scour away?
Yes, but you will get that opportunity.
Shit. Can I 5 feet away? 5 feet low?
You can, but it's still within reach to reach you.
Yes, it's still better than nothing.
You have to tumble.
I have to
You have tumble?
Tumble away backwards.
Yeah, I think only fast you can come.
Yeah, I got tumble.
Oh.
I have tumble.
You want to do it?
Yeah, I'll tumble.
Tumble behind and take it. Yeah.
I don't know. 19?
19, you managed to tumble, but you only move half speed.
Half speed, 8 feet, basically 5 square.
3 square.
3 square.
3 square.
Oh, okay, from that.
Yeah. So behind this further. God damn it! What's with the table?
You managed to break free from the creature's claw, this demonic machine with claw. Roll to the back and hide behind the table where Daniel is.
And it was the plan.
I don't know, man. It's getting closer. Ah! Shit.
You see this creature unroot itself and just moves with this pipes as its legs. It's like a mechanical spider just moves towards you, Eric, and Paul. These 2 claws come from each one of them.
It should point my defense?
No, you can't. Your defense is 16.
Yes.
Paul get hit. Eric is 21, right? Thank God that your best helps you.
Who is going down?
The claw just scratched onto your duty vest, making a huge scratch. And along the foam started to form,
The ceramic of the body, the plate.
you can see the planes are just already starting to expose, but Paul get hit instead. Paul, you took 6 damage.
or scrap.
Oh, now that it's moved, we can see the sight in the back of the machine.
Yeah,
Does it look? Is it exposed?
it doesn't help you anyway. This creature is not normal because
It doesn't have autonomy.
yes, how much?
19.
19. You watch Paul being dragged into the grinding machine.
That means I have a 30 grapple.
You have, oh,
And Paul is being grinded.
oh shit.
You watch him being pulled into the grind. Blood splattered everywhere, and Eric's face is splattered with gore.
Straight between the legs.
Can you?
I play my action. Then go to the action. Go to the combat first. First, I play my action.
This is your second damage, right? You did took damage from the ghoul earlier, right?
Yes.
So what's your current hit point?
19. Okay.
The grinder takes do way more damage. And you're lucky you only took 2 damage.
Oh, number one.
Yeah, number one.
Whoa.
Or you use the shotgun to block most of the damage as you, but you cannot save your left hand as you're being grind. You use your shotgun to push it in between the jaws of this grinder, but your hand is in the way as you watch your hand being chipped, and the blood just splatter onto your face.
So the shotgun just jammed inside now.
Not inside, but in between.
So it's
Something like
Oh, okay.
this. Alright, your turn.
Is there space for me like maybe throw something in between the ground? Still cannot, right? It's still blocking you.
Yeah, it's still blocking.
Is there any? Can I see any mechanism that make the grind start to spin? Like maybe the chain that make the gear to
The problem is this thing is not even in a normal conventional sense.
So it just is that the monster house thing?
Yes. It doesn't. It may have mechanical parts, but the damn thing has claws that's moving. It's like a living machine.
What do I do?
You can shoot it.
Take. I'm saying the reach, so.
You can.
5 feet up. Like 5 feet over here, can it like hit the 10 feet, can it like reach between the thing?
It can reach you.
Maybe if I move more than 5 feet, I'm getting hit anyway.
Yes.
Tumble away.
Moving closer.
You can tumble away if you want to.
I got tumble skill.
You cannot do untrained.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it quick. So I will. Okay, I'll shoot. I'll shoot it then.
Okay. So you risk.
I try to save cock.
You risk the danger by aiming your gun and pulling the trigger. This hand, this claw, just wail onto you. And you're lucky as you dodge, duck under, as it slams onto the barn wall and broke through.
13 plus 7, so it's total 20.
Hits.
And I'll give max. I'll roll 1 by 1. 4. 5.
Not enough. You fire another shot and it just ricochets from his wall.
Damage reduction 10.
Yes.
Holy crap.
Oh man.
That's why. Your shotgun does a lot of damage, but
He needs to roll high.
yeah.
Use your Asian part.
I will move around to the back. Hopefully I get cover from this side.
Okay.
10 feet reach.
It doesn't have any more attack.
Oh, yeah.
Flank
do I
it,
get flank
motherfuckers. Not from range.
Shoot it in the ass!
Yeah, shoot it from the ass.
You don't get flanked for using the range weapon.
Then flank it. 30.
Hits. It has a very low defense.
Max damage. 5. Okay.
Max damage.
No, it's 8.
Total?
8.
8. You pull the trigger and the pellets just shot out and it just ricocheted onto his body.
It's not fucking working!
What do I do? Gore. Your You can break free by doing opposed grapple.
Post grapple, strength is
I have 2 rounds left.
17.
I also roll 17.
Oof. Wait.
You cannot break free from the floor itself as you're stuck there. You cannot do anything else. Mark. Better do something before it gets even worse.
So far, everyone's been doing range attack and then the damage reduction, right? That's really a damage reduction also.
Yes.
Whip up my shotgun also.
Okay. Everyone using a shotgun. Don't forget, you only fire 2 shots, right?
One shot.
1 shot.
Infantry.
You only have 2 shots.
Yes. 2 rounds left.
14.
40 hits.
Okay.
Yeah.
7.
Max it, max it.
12.
This time you will injure this machine as it howls.
You like that?
The pellets go. One of the pellets got in.
You like that?
Falls inside.
Come and get me! Come and get me! Woo! Go wait for the provoking him. Oh my god, I got his attention. What to do?
First, it uses its 1 port to do a grapple check to pull you in.
This is you call.
$17 also.
You're being pulled inside, and you are being grinded.
On the day.
Oh, this is not good. You took 11 damage. What's your constitution? 14? 14. Okay, no massive damage, I should.
Oh god, one more round. One more round.
Guys, do something.
Because he's using no multi attack, so it cannot attack you. But somehow the creature is just provoking you as it's trying to kill Core right in front of your face.
You bastard!
As the blood just splattered onto your face.
You want more?
Eric, your turn.
Alright
I
guys,
shoot it as usual.
you got a back shot, you can shoot his ass.
So my machine can't do any more damage. 5 plus 7. 12. Does it hit?
No, you need 1 more point. Ancient point now.
Action point.
Plus 6.
Plus 6.
So deduct.
How many action point you have left? Oh my god. It's burning all the action point right now.
It's either do or die, so. Nope.
9.
No, 9.
Oh man.
All your shots didn't seem to come to do anything.
Damn it!
If you have the shotgun, you probably will hit the creature.
Only 2 shotgun. 3 shotgun.
Give me a shotgun!
I'll just throw
Did
it.
he have like a...
That is shotgun.
Yeah.
I run to Eric. He has these two, right?
Hmm?
This is 10 feet away, right? If
Yes,
I run
yeah.
past him,
It will reach you
okay?
Just pass me shotgun.
unless you move like this.
Yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 20, 25. Yeah, I'll move right beside Eric.
Dude, I think you better shot at this.
I pass him my shotgun.
I actually-
It's over.
Can I pass and take something from here?
Yeah.
I'll just take his machete off.
Machete.
Yeah, I'll just take his machete
Pull
off.
out my shitty for my spell.
Okay.
I'll be taking this.
Call your turn. You can try to oppose grapple.
There's 2 more rounds left, Eric. Make it count.
You can oppose grapple to break free, or you can use your shotgun to shoot it.
6 HP left. Opposed get hit, die again.
What are you gonna do? Jam it. Pooh. Okay.
Wolf. Manly.
Point blank shotgun.
It tries to hit you, but that close range, it has penalties. And failed to hit you.
No.
Nope. What's the total?
5.
Your
If
You don't.
So I point back, it's hitting me.
You can burn your action point if you want to.
How much do I need to reach?
I would say about 5. You try to jam the shotgun, but it just slides all over, and you can't seem to get into a good position to try to jam it into its vitals to pull a shot. Mark,
I five from back, and then I fire shotgun.
it would reach you.
Oh,
What do you roll?
14 plus 2, 16 hits, right?
Yes. Your AC is what, 20?
My AC is 20.
It failed to hit you as it swings that claw.
Max damage it.
6, 8 on.
Oh,
10.
Ah!
I'm 10.
You have point blank shot, then you do
Damn it.
something. Now you watch as it is your creature's turn, and it roll a bolt grapple.
Oh, nice shit.
Nope. How much?
Total of 5.
Total of 5. You can roll for action point of
How much? How much Asian point do I need?
Me 5.
How much is the machete damage? D6.
5.
1.
Don't throw that people.
You hit Mark.
Why you hit me?
Crit is tricky, right?
Huh?
Tricky to crit.
19 to 20.
19, 20.
I don't think you can crit people.
Oh, that's true.
Your defense is 16, right? You watch as Paul being dragged into the shredder. You have what, 11 hit points? 6? Oh, yeah.
Calculator.
You are now at -6.
No. Eating him.
Unconscious.
No shit.
Paul is being grinded right now at this point.
Fuck course being eaten!
I shall take this opportunity to take a shit.
And he moves closer. Eric?
I move one. I grab the shotgun. I move my feet. And I shoot. 14 plus 7.
Hits. 2d8. How much?
7.
Total 7. There's only one shell
One
left.
shot left.
One shot
I
left.
don't think we stand a chance.
Paul still has his shotgun. But, of course,
He's dropped it, right?
yeah, he dropped it.
I'll say it's around here.
I got 3 more shots for my shotgun, so.
Okay.
Does this bomb have dynamite?
Well, you never had a chance to check.
Yeah.
Daniel.
Month for dodge. Can I move here and then can I push the table?
Yeah, you can.
I'll push the table all the way so it's sandwiched. The table is sandwiched between the machine and me.
Okay.
But
But you have no view of the machine gun.
it's okay. I don't have any weapons. Can I still reach the gun here?
No, you have to get closer.
Alright, next turn then. I just want the barrier for the full protection.
So, call shotgun has 3 rounds left.
Yes. My turn.
Yes.
I'll just do logistics, man. Fuck. I stand. If I move, I'm gonna get attack opportunity, so I'm just gonna attack shotgun.
Okay. What's that?
5. Maybe it's a 3 plus 2, 5.
The creatures decided to drop Paul's unconscious body onto the ground, and then immediately uses an ability to strike onto you. Hits you.
Oh, Mark, not again.
And come for more, eh?
You took 10 damage from that claw attack.
Alright. Still alive. Need to roll for force.
Yes, opposed.
Plus 3. 17.
You're being dragged into the
Can I
right.
spend action point to
17.
that's action point now?
If you can beat 29,
Oh fuck, okay then.
I roll 17.
Once again! I don't like this wheel again!
And you're being grinded.
Oh shit.
Being shredded at this point. How many hit points are there?
21. And then 11 point.
You took 9 damage.
Two hit
Recall,
point.
you can make the creature drop you, and you can make your stabilization for the save.
I'm all covered in blood.
And now Mark is in the grinder.
Kimoshi! I
So
should
you have
have
how many hit points left? 2.
What's the stabilization for the
DC 20. The stabilization is much more simpler, much more easier.
20?
Yeah, 20. It's way more simpler than.
Nope.
Wait.
6 plus 4, right?
Yeah.
6, 12.
Action point cannot save you.
I need to be.
You point. You are not at -7. The creature's dead. Opposed grab. Can watch Mark get shredded.
net 20 plus.
Wow.
Plus 20 plus 3, 27. Do I need to spend extra point?
No, you break free.
Oh.
You break free from the clutches itself. It already uses action to try to use the grapple. So, Eric, your turn.
One more shot! 10 plus 7.
Hits.
8. 13.
Oh, nice.
Shing! And then I drop my shotgun. I know it's not shot.
You managed to deal some damage onto this demonic machine itself as it's shrieking pain. Dylan, your turn.
You still have AO, right?
Hmm?
You still have attack opportunity, right?
Yes. If you move in, you not throw an attack opportunity. But if you grab the shotgun, then you will.
Kick the shotgun. Is it possible to like kick it to slide it to?
You're not close enough to kick it.
Oh.
If I 5 feet and kick it,
No, you still need to be.
in
Each square is like 5 foot.
Yeah,
You
right.
cannot even reach it.
That's true. He's on this square, right? This square.
Yes.
Oh man, I should have pushed all the way in. But I pushed all the way in.
You can push and then do that thing.
Oh, it's 2 times 2.
Yes.
Okay.
You cannot even push because it's machine.
Yeah.
Machine, yeah. I can risk it and grab it, I guess. Nice.
It's okay, I don't mind getting grabbed. Not dodge. Move here. If I leave the AO, I get.
Yes.
If I move in here to grab the shotgun,
You will get attack opportunity.
I'll take it.
Okay.
So 16, I guess, with the dodge.
No, it doesn't hit you.
Oh. Can I use my report agile riposte to hit him back? It doesn't.
Actually, no, it doesn't do damage.
Yeah. 1d6 doesn't do it.
Yeah, I have a safety. D6 plus.
But you can grab the shotgun if you want to.
I'll just grab the shotgun, you know what? I won't bother hitting him. I'll grab the shotgun.
You can still move by me.
Can I move and grab?
Yeah, you can.
I'll move and grab all the way behind.
3 shot left.
No, right here. And then I'll pass the shotgun to Eric.
You can, because you already used a lot of action.
Basically, he's holding up the big gun.
Okay, I'll just hold it out for him to grab.
Okay, call. Positive 6. Prakash, Misha, and Jen didn't even reach to this point.
I know they died.
They die at the street.
They died at church, right?
No, they died in the street.
Oh shit.
No, not in the street. They went and investigated the banging sounds.
Oh no.
Attacked by the ghouls.
Oh no.
How much?
24.
You're
say you wanted to
stabilized.
see the bank.
Yeah, I want to check out the bank sound.
But you're the only one that actually reached to the point and fought the thing.
Yeah, good thing you ignore the fucking bank.
Yeah.
Investigate banking. Nope.
Mark, your turn.
If I move, I'm gonna 8 up, I'm gonna die. So myself, you continue using my shotgun. Like that.
Jam me in and shoot. How many rounds do you have?
3 more rounds.
You're shooting
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
and miss.
Damage and practice in blood.
Oh wait, it still has another.
Oh yeah.
This one hits.
No.
11 left, right?
2.
Actually, I did.
Oh my god.
Do I explode?
0, 12, and yes.
I don't feel so
You're now at -8.
I don't feel so good.
So you unconscious and then shotgun drops down.
Yeah.
So Mark was here, so shotgun is gone.
Mark goes down as the claw hits onto it. And the creature and the demonic machine turns around.
You see my hand? You see my hand on the ground doing this? I died immediately.
Eric, your turn.
I grab a shotgun and shoot again.
How many shots do you have there?
3.
6 shots, technically, if I can like. That's 10.
Total 10.
Yes.
You can use action point.
How many do I roll? You roll?
You need 3 and above.
3 and 4. 3!
Whoa!
So I burn one more, so it's now.
So many action
Oh
points.
man.
Fuck it!
You do realize the creature is gonna go after Eric and you will be alone, right?
Yeah.
You better do something too. Rather than not doing anything. Except passing the shot.
I'm gonna grab the other shotgun. Because my machete can't damage it.
6.
Total 6.
I'll scream, fall back. And then I'll 1, 2, 3, 15, 20, 25. Okay, I'm square.
Daniel, your turn.
What is -8? Mark is -8.
But I call
No,
it.
call is game dice.
Oh, okay.
Just Mark is my
I scream fall back.
New round, he has to go, right?
Yes.
I only scream fall back.
It only uses the attack opportunity. It hasn't reached to this round yet.
Okay.
Well, new round, yeah, it has attack opportunity.
Yeah, definitely yes. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a ready action. If he approaches me, I will move all the way here,
Okay.
just to avoid him. If he moves towards me here, I will move here.
Okay.
Why?
I want to grab the other shotgun.
Even and not.
Because if I come to you, it's gonna go down. You go first.
No, your odds. He's going after you.
Ooh.
Slam the table. Crash through.
He's still close to me, so I'll still move all the way there, I guess.
You get an attack opportunity if you want to.
Oh.
But your machete won't.
Yeah, I won't damage it. I just pass it.
That is pass.
Okay. Why?
He did walk past me.
He
It's
gets
okay.
close to you.
It's okay.
I
So-
know, I want to grab the shotgun.
The machine uses one claw and just swing at you. And fail to hit you as you dodge from that claw as it slams onto the wall itself. Eric, your turn.
I'll raise a help with it. I'll raise a help with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 squares.
And fail to hit you.
And then I'll shoot it. 2 rounds, shot 1 round. 10 plus 7.
Hits.
Come on, give me hand and move! 9.
Total 9.
Yeah.
Another shell let loose. And the pellet just hits the machine's body, doing nothing.
That's one action.
You?
That's one action.
Okay.
hang on the show for a bit.
Can I
Run
move and
around,
pick up the
shoot.
shotgun?
What?
Can I move and pick up the shotgun?
Yeah, you can.
I'll fire it 30 feet, I guess.
The table in the way.
Yeah, the table is in the way.
You got a cover bonus.
No, I will just move. You definitely go after Eric. I'm just gonna move right here. Here. Right beside Paul.
That's it?
Right? Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Mark, make the stabilization. Follow the save.
Plus, yeah, 42. Go for 42. 6 in a row. Oh, you make it.
11. 21.
You're stabilized.
And someday I need to wait, my shotgun's gone.
Yeah,
You're not conscious, you're still unconscious.
get 0.
I'm gonna be a claw monster guy.
This claw swings at you and hits you.
Oh shit. Mining.
You take 7 damage.
7 damage. 1 point. 4 plus
Opposed grapple.
11 damage. So 30. Post grapple. String. Cast.
Yeah. You watch Eric being dragged up in the air and being pulled into the shredders. And the shredder hits you. How much hit point you have left?
22.
You take 8 damage. You hear Eric scream insane.
Why don't you?
Yeah, I think I have questions I have that day. Who faced that? Like, peace. I'm stabilized already. I'm gonna be a claw monster.
Eric, your turn. If you want to oppose grapple, you can, or you want to shoot your shotgun, you
Fucking
can.
shoot it.
Okay. They have to attack you first.
Yeah.
Fail to hit you.
Mario. That would be total of 20.
Hits.
Come on, give me damage! 4.
8.
11.
11.
1 damage. Nice.
That was the 1, 2, 3 last round.
This is the last shell.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This shotgun I have has 2 shells, is it?
3 shots.
3 shells.
You could have confidence to hit it then.
Or you want to do something ballsy, it's up to you. Because the previous group that actually, the previous group that actually succeeded this did the most insane thing.
What the fuck did they do?
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you.
I'm gonna do something crazy next round.
Yes. Jump in from the chipper, outside back, go inside, explode.
No, that's not what you're gonna do. Because whatever you're gonna do, you better do it quick before I join.
Do we do something out of the box?
Because the last time there were 3 people handling this, but they're level 5 plus. And it was a grueling battle.
I can see why.
The second group didn't even reach to this point. Get killed by fucking goons.
Did they even meet the pastor? No.
No,
No, they were just wandering around.
they
Hear the banging, run to the banging.
they didn't hear
Faster.
the master. They kept going to the fucking marketplace, the farm marketplace like several times. They didn't even explore deeper into
Did
the.
they go into the marketplace?
No, they didn't. They did go into the marketplace to get some food by breaking in.
I'm gonna ask a tough question. Does it look like it has an off switch?
Just climb in from the waist, shoot, and then shoot from the inside.
Oh, bunga! Well, the machine do have an off switch.
Is it on or off?
Spot check?
Make a spot check.
What you want to do, you do something.
Well done. It is something.
18.
Yeah, it's on. It is turned on.
Is the on switch in the front or the back?
Of course it's the back.
Okay.
There's no turn switch in front next to the guy.
I'm gonna walk into it. And can I press the bloody button?
You watch in horror as this machine finally shudders and dies down.
What the fuck? What?
Quick, what's in Thomas?
What?
Oh my god. That's so fucking stupid.
Eric, in your surprise awe, the machine finally dies down and you drop down on the ground.
What do you do? What do you do?
It was a fucking off switch here.
What? What?
The thing is, this is what John Tron says, but you can revive them using the metal kit that he has.
Like John Tron.
Okay, you two.
I'll just revive core first.
Go for a quick injury.
Okay, you two treat the injury. I will try to make sure this machine will operate again.
How?
Maybe rip off some important part.
How?
Maybe there's like some kind of like a panel or wiring for electrical power.
Do you have a screwdriver or anything?
I have a knife. Should I get it?
No, not 20.
Okay. Jury Rick.
Fucking hell.
Go to the auto shop and get 2 box.
And then it start again.
Get 2 bucks.
And then it start again.
How much did you roll for the quick injury?
Yes, less than here.
20.
Oh,
Net, 21.
Auto on. Just stand there, ready action. Auto on.
Next 4 points.
Roll for repair.
You need to
repair
give me
check.
a
I like how we're doing since he's the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
with
that
all
got
expertise.
Yes, I do a repair.
How much you roll
4 points.
for? As you in your unconscious
Core,
dream,
we did it,
you
Core!
woke up and all you can hear is Daniel screaming out in sheer happiness, screaming out to you,
Fucking
"We
did
did it, Cole! We did it!
Fucking
we
did it!
survived! Holy shit!" But the thing is, you woke up and you see that
The machine's
the
still
machine is still there, but Eric is trying to pry the panels open.
I rolled 18, total 18.
So,
You managed to
so
pry open
Eric
the
stabbed
panel.
him to death.
I mean,
Who's gonna revive him?
That's a fucking
Yeah,
obsession.
go up and revive him.
18, I wrote 18.
At least you get 1 point more.
You use your knife to try to pry off the panels.
Oh, also can I use the extreme?
Yeah, 28.
Yes, you can.
How much?
So roll for your strength check if you want to pull the wires and all that.
Fucking hell.
4.
I
You get back 4 points.
Mark,
wake up.
you woke up from this.
Is this heaven?
You woke
Did
up.
it, Mark?
What?
How much?
Is it here?
Plus,
Total 10.
yeah.
You pull off the wiring, and you assume that this will probably disable this machine.
And then I pull a pistol. I keep shooting into internal.
Call, you were busy trying to revive Mark. All you can hear is gunshot.
Down
How many bullets do you have left in your Glock?
What happened?
4 rounds. The 1911.
It was a
4
bloody
round,
off
right?
switch on the
You
thing.
fire all 4 shots.
And then I roll 7 shots.
And you can flick the bloody switch.
I covered with blood crying.
I wanna make sure
What's
it's not
up?
again.
Okay, what's important is we're all alright. We survived this bullshit.
Okay, I fire all 7 shots.
In this miraculous moment, and of course Eric unleashing his rage on the machine.
I'm just
killing
leaving-
you.
I take my shotgun.
You know, it's like those horror movies.
You're like, bash that good.
You know, like those horror movies that shoot the guy fall down, they walk away, then the guy get back up.
Double tap.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna let that happen.
Well,
I
you
try to keep it bash the machine.
walk away, but Mark is punching the machine.
I want to search the barn for any kerosene. I can burn the fucking place.
Yes, yes, yes.
Roll for search.
I've got a fucking lighter for that shit.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's smoker, you have a lighter.
I'm just gonna take a
Don't
cigarette
look
break right
at
now.
cool guys. Don't look at explosion.
I'm gonna take a cigarette break
We're
right
gonna do
now.
this shit. We're gonna walk away.
8.
You did find a couple of cans of kerosene hidden in the corner of the barn itself.
Drenching the machine.
This is the machine that also feeds on kerosene as well.
Yeah, drench it.
Keep one can.
Yeah,
Keep one can.
drench it and then leave a line up to outside.
So leave a line outside, and Mark is still frustratingly punching. punching.
Okay, yeah.
Who? I bet I'm smoking my cigarette. I'll wait until it runs done. I'll do the cool cigarette flick thing.
No. Guys, wait! I go to the cops of the sheriff, take the badge out of the sheriff now. Yeah, I'm the sheriff!
I'm just shaking my head.
Slovenian, yeah! And grab the sheriff's badge and then.
So as the rest of you leave the barn, Daniel smoking. Not looking behind him, just flick the on the trail of kerosene, and the whole entire barn ablaze. And then you can hear this horrible howl, this howling sound coming inside. The thing is not dead yet.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
The thing is not dead yet, but it howls.
Oh god.
It howls in a terrible pain.
Should we stand further? Let's stand further. Let's walk away.
And here's an interesting point that as the barn burns with this blazing flame, this is the only light source that you see all around you. You can also hear in the distance far away that this shrieking pain coming from a distance. There were several more all over the distance away.
It's like controlled on. So if the
Hive mind.
the hive mind dies, everything dies.
Yes. And you watch for at least a half an hour to make sure that nothing comes out from the barn. It has stopped shrieking in pain for after about a minute or two later. But nothing comes out because it can't move. It is slowly tortured, being burned alive.
Can you
No,
go?
as a machine.
Daniel, can you give me a cigarette? I feel like smoking.
Knock yourself out.
I pack of snacks and soda, guys. You want a drink?
Hey, this is a selfie moment. It's a group feed.
We all covered in blood, and then I'm smoking.
Yeah, drinking soda with a stack of chips on
As you're eating your snacks while covered in blood and smoking and taking selfie. In the distance, you can see the sun slowly rises up.
Oh fuck, we did it guys. Let's go to commercial in this.
You will also notice across the street, the same house that you noticed earlier when you came on the end of the road, at the edge of the road, at the edge of the town itself. The building with the slanted roof to one, that slanted to one end to the other. That's where the sun starts to rise from that direction.
Nightmare is over.
But you have no idea where Marilyn is.
Yeah, the woman and the girl.
So when I walk back to the sun where our leftover cars used to be.
Fucked up, man.
I look at the PDA. Is there still have any signal?
Interestingly enough, no signal, not where you are. Perhaps if you move out, you probably will have a signal.
That gets down.
Yeah, should we go back?
I hope that's the last of the creepy crawlies.
Yeah.
What you want to do?
Shit.
You head.
Let's go to the auto shop.
Yeah, let's go to the
Oh, our car is fucking total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do with the rental people, man? They're gonna fucking sue
I
us.
didn't even understand our story too.
I won't believe you. No one will.
Yeah.
This is a builder. No one will believe you.
Yeah, let's say the car gets fucking stolen in San Francisco or some shit.
Yeah, man.
Or go to
Yeah.
California.
You
We'll
head
go
over
that
to
way.
the auto shop, and because you didn't actually inspect the auto shop, there is an old 50s vehicle of a pickup truck laid inside, quite rusted. Tires are still around.
I'm not on the gas tank.
You're not on the gas tank. It's half full.
Well, you still carry the extra fuel.
It's a kerosene.
It's not diesel.
Nope.
Just in case. Open, see if you open.
Then it can be open.
It's a 50 car. I can still drive manual.
You trade one rental to a 50s.
Well, this is a classic.
The problem is the pickup truck only sits two in the front, and the rest have to sit in the back of the where the pickup is.
I take shotgun.
Then you have already took the front seat.
I never drive a truck, I can try.
Oh, so behind.
Can you drive?
I can try.
Is that keys to the bloody thing?
You can roll for search for it.
I need to watch.
I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna open the top.
Okay. And it drops a key.
Yes, I did.
I
It always does.
I see that key dropping. I just.
Is there anything else useful I can see around the place around there?
What?
Is there anything useful I can the tool keys to actually?
Oh, there are a lot of tools, wrench, screwdrivers, a lot of tools around.
Well, you guys want to bring a toolkit along? Just in case.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, sure, why not?
How much are you going to do?
One normal
One
toolbox with
toolbox.
the
You got a toolbox full of tools with screwdrivers, hammer, plier,
If
everything.
you look around the workshop, is there like spare fuel or something like
Yeah, there's
gas
a spare gas can.
So load it up on the back
Yep.
of the truck, I guess.
Yeah.
So you load it in the back of the truck.
Alright. At this one, I want to do one last thing. Just,
No, fill up the tank, then bring a spare.
You fill it up to the fullest and bring a spare.
I walk outside the shop. It's in the middle of town. Somewhere in the middle of town, right? I'm gonna try to see if I can maybe use my gunshot wall. Maybe a part of the sky. Maybe I can get the attention of the one who called me. If that's still alive.
You fire a few shots, but no,
And then bird fly away.
Get drop
No,
down when we
no
get out of
response.
town.
No birds.
I call for the name.
no.
I call for the name. I scream out in the middle of town. Are you still around? Are you still alive?
Nothing, no response.
Well, I guess fit come from Skir's guess. This is some kind of
Well,
shit.
I'm done filling. Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here.
So who's driving?
I'll be back.
Okay, then I
I
sit
know.
back.
I
So-
think I
So Mark and Paul, you sit in the back
We
with
enjoyed
two boxes.
it.
With the 2 balls and a shotgun.
Oh my god, it's fucking bogan as fuck, bro.
And a
Redneck
spare gas can. Well,
Asian rednecks.
and Eric and Devin sat in the front. As you
Are you
turn the keys, and it took a few tries because it's an old vehicle, and you're surprised that the vehicle still starts after all this time, and then you begin
Yes,
to
yes.
drive
Okay,
out.
left-handed drive. Because Asian shot is on this side, and then drive. Okay.
Americans
It should be
bloody
not much different. So.
As you begin to drive out along this road, this street itself, passing a lot of buildings, you cannot help but to feel that there are silhouette figures that stood behind the windows, the barricaded windows, and the broken doors that just watch you drove by. And as you're about to reach to the church itself, you see on the top tower of the church itself, where the window, where the open window is, there's a silhouette figure that stood there and watched as you drove.
I'm not looking at cigarettes. Looking at
the streets? Do they like any corpses or anything?
No,
That's
nothing.
anything unusual.
It's
just
just
open vehicles.
like a dead town.
I'm not. Now this town is like normally haunted,
Oh, okay.
not cursed.
You begin to drive out, you can see a lot of dilapidated buildings, including a very dilapidated building of the marketplace.
Oh. I
Yes.
take out my PDA and see if the connection's back on.
Not so. You're still in
I take out my can peach.
rusted.
Completely rushed.
Right? Everything just aged back.
Like basically, we are in the past and suddenly we kill.
You also have a bottle of milk.
Yes.
You can you can also
You'll survive.
It's cheese now.
It jumps forward in time 50 years.
Well, and then it becomes yogurt.
Yes.
Solid yogurt.
Solid cheese.
Oh yeah, it's cheese.
Ugh.
if you check your bottle of milk, then yes, it has been solidified.
shit.
and then drive, keep driving to the
Can I still
where
see
we got
the
it.
metal of the cannon or
No,
totally rusted everything?
the colors and the wording has been faded off.
Alright, then I like toss it out to the street.
The moment you drove out, you check your PDA, and you can see your connection is back.
Shit, next.
Then you see the scene, the road, the truck drive away, and then credit scene.
Basically, can't find
You receive a call. Also an unknown call.
Hello?
And you can hear a woman's voice on the other end, with a lot of static. You're barely able to hear her words, but she's,
Okay, that's speaker.
you can hear this crackling of static as she says, "Thank you."
Huh?
And then,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's maybe the spirit. Oh my god.
congratulations, you managed to beat it too.
All those things!
You know what the second group do? What the truckers and Misha and Jen did?
No.
They spend like about an hour hanging around the church.
In the sun.
Not going Elm Street and ready. They spend like a lot of hours just going to the church, going to the marketplace, and then they were going back and forth, and then going back to the middle of the street, and then go back to the gas station. They didn't actually go forward.
Oh,
They didn't even go forward. I was like, oh god, these people. When they hear the sound, they didn't even go to the sound. And they finally, I think it was like the 5th or 6th time they finally go investigate what the sounds is. They didn't even find the bone pit.
Oh.
They didn't even find the bone pit. They went to the sound and investigate, and then they got ambushed by 5 or 6 ghouls. And then they all got killed. Their bodies got dragged. They weren't killed, they were paralyzed. And their bodies paralyzed.
They didn't watch it happen.
Yeah, they watched it happen. Their bodies were paralyzed and they were dragged into the barn and then they grind and died.
The sound, the credit sound.
The first group, they found the bone pit. They fought a few ghouls. They did not investigate the sound. They know it's going to be a trap or an ambush.
Yes, we know.
But they managed to find the barn. But they didn't encounter the 4 ghouls because they managed to encounter the ghouls much earlier on. So
They killed them.
half the ghouls were killed by them. So by the time they reached there, they didn't even fight the ghouls. So one of them got close to the shadow machine and then surprise attack and then grabbed him and then getting pulled inside. So what he did was he was carrying.
You can stop recording, yeah.
I think he was carrying.
Kerosene.